1, test 2.
Sitting as the Community Redevelopment Agency. Today is Thursday, March 23rd, 2023. The time is 4:30 exact. Mayor, if you can start us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, just a little bit of housekeeping. If everybody can take a look at their cell phones, make sure they're on silent, vibrate, or turned off, please. The first thing we got is consent agenda, which is approval of minutes from the January 26, 2023 special meeting. Questions or conversation? None, I'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda minutes of January 26, 2023? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from January 26, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 4.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Before we get into the small development, redevelopment grant applications, Karen, I have a couple. Is it all right if I ask some questions about?
Oh, absolutely. Yep, mic's on.
I turned it on. Karen, where it says the list is not all inclusive, right at the beginning, and it's to improve the outside look of businesses and residents. So it goes beyond these facade and painting and awnings and that.
That is correct. It's to meet the goal from the master plan, and I have it with me here somewhere. It's objective 1.3 of goal 1. It says maintain and enhance existing development and encourage an additional 15% development of undeveloped or undeveloped property in the CRA through the use of the redevelopment grant and landscaping grant.
Okay. And then under eligible expenditures, we say that all repairs must improve the overall aesthetics or facade of the building. So that's kind of, we can, I don't want to say it's vague, but we have room to decide.
You have room to expand and contract. The one thing I do want to say is the application has changed a lot since the original one we had. And there's been many changes based on that goal and based on the fact that a lot of our businesses suffered because of the pandemic and then the 2 hurricanes at the same time. So the idea was to go ahead and help them enhance their businesses whichever way we could, especially if it's aesthetically better. But this is something I really feel personally. I will have to discuss it with the interim manager, but personally I think that we need to really revamp the application and make sure that you all are okay with what we're doing at a staff level.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up because we have some new commissioners, and also it was good to review this because when it got sent out, I was looking at things that I hadn't seen.
Okay. Yeah, I that was part of my purpose today, was for those who were new to this. And then under alterations and maintenance, let's say we pay for something that the business, or we help to pay for something the business does, and then they sell the business to somebody else. Do they have to leave those? Let's say we approve the outdoor furniture. All right, that's it.
I have a question, kind of piggybacking on Jane. Wouldn't that then explain to me what non-fixed improvements would fall under? What would be an example of that? Because going through this.
Oh, you're looking at the old application.
It's the one from 2022.
No, I sent out a new one.
I printed that one that you sent out.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mayor, where are you looking within the application?
It's under ineligible expenditures. This one's a revised from November 2022.
There are 2 revisions in November, and I think you printed that one out, and I sent another one out so that you had it with you.
Well, I didn't think it was a different one, so I didn't compare.
I know, I didn't think it was a different one either. It was,
I just gave Eric my copy, so I can't
Here, I'll
answer
pass this down.
questions.
so are now we approving
You have the same.
fixed improvements.
This is one that you gave.
I've got one now. What the idea was, like I said earlier, is how the businesses have suffered between the two hurricanes and the pandemic, to allow the grant to go ahead and do this. It's entirely up to you all. Eventually, I mean, if you don't want to grant it, you don't have to. Again, like I said, if it's inventory inside, no. That's still there. But, for example, seating outside for a business that, they're corroded and it looks awful. To help them out, this is what the whole idea of the redevelopment grant is, to help businesses prosper and to look good. So, staff decided to go ahead and allow that because of that, but we can always change that down the line.
Which is the application that's published on the website currently?
The one that the second one, because the one that was published on the website, and I have to take responsibility for this one. It was the same day, November 16th, and at the last minute, the city manager called me and he said make one more change and two other tweaks. I did. I thought I sent the changed one to Janelle. And when I asked her, did you get this? Did I remember to send it to you? She says, yeah, I got it. But then when I saw what the mayor sent out, I was like, oh, she doesn't have the latest and greatest.
And I pulled that one off the website.
Right.
So we're reading off a couple different
But
changes.
actually, in all reality, ineligible expenditures are still exactly the same.
No,
Comparing.
are they exactly the same?
Well, I pulled up the
I
one
don't
that
think
Penny
they're
just
the same.
sent out.
That's the only
to-
one we took out, yes. You're correct.
It's the same, so.
But there's the one, if you're looking at the same thing I'm looking, the language you put together is not in the one that I'm looking at.
Non-fixed improvements.
Yeah, it's not in this
I
one.
see it in the one that Penny just sent out to us just the other day.
I know, but Karen gave a handout
Oh.
that had the revised agenda, and that's the one it's in. That's what this one.
That should be in that packet of papers you had sitting there. Here, give this to the mayor. This is a copy of this.
It had that, the revised agenda, item number 6 revision, and an email on top.
While the mayor's reviewing that, so commissioners, Karen mentioned, do we want to go through this and make sure it's as we want it? Should this be a upcoming agenda item? Is everybody good with it the way it is?
Well, I wish I'd known when we got the new version that it was a replacement of the previous version, so I would know to compare the two. So all my thoughts have been kind of shot down because of that one thing that we looked at. But, I don't know. I guess
Y'all just want to take some time to look at it, and if we
it's a
need
good idea
to talk
to
about it later.
review it.
I mean, I think that's a good idea, but my initial observation, I looked at it both, and the non-fixed improvements was the main one that I noticed.
So that's really the only change.
And it happens to apply to a number of the grants for tonight, you know?
Mhm.
Is that really the main change?
That's the main change, because the other two were just spelling tweaks.
And that was added, that was removed for businesses that went through COVID and,
With that was the reasoning behind it, yes.
okay.
And for what it's worth, that was the only change that I saw, and I have to be good, given the underlying, the underlying goal of what the whole grants are for. But I saw it, and it does open the door a bit for some improvements that otherwise would not have been, but, me personally, I didn't have a problem.
But even that statement that I read earlier, that this is not all inclusive.
That's right.
I think that covers that too.
Right. I mean, there is the use of the word aesthetic throughout.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mealy, were you okay with some of the vagueness in there? Should we bring this up at the upcoming meeting.
I think as hard as we try to be as specific as we can, I think this each business has different issues. I don't think we could ever cover it. So I'm okay with leaving it like this. And if we don't like something that comes before us, we say no. Of course, we should base it on something, not just, I don't like that color or something.
You should be consistent in your decisions.
I'm sorry?
You should be consistent in your
Yes.
decisions. So
Yes.
if you don't like something here and somebody proposes a similar thing over there, you should have a similar result.
Right. But again, I don't think that, if we say we don't want tables and chairs, but somebody wants to put something else outside, I don't think we could ever think of everything. So I think it would be brutal to try to cover it. So I'd rather leave it the way it is.
Commissioner Bowden.
To the point of non-fixed improvements, typically in a lease agreement, you have anything that's fixed or attached to the rental property stays. So I don't know how successful we'd be chasing somebody down with patio furniture or flower pots or whatever that may be. But I'm thinking that's probably the reason that was put in there to start with.
I want to know who would be in charge of that. Whose responsibility would it be to? It would be yours to review when leases are up and businesses are leaving, or to know?
I'm aware when businesses are closing and leaving, or a new business is coming into the area. Because when they come for the LBTR, I find out about it immediately. So I would go out to see what's there, and I've got contact information and everything else of whoever was there before. So it's enforceable.
Well, my other question is, it's going to go back to, I understand, like you said, for an example, patio furniture for businesses that suffered through COVID, but then we have applicants for patio furniture that has not been that they haven't even opened, and at that point, we're actually buying inventory. So my question to you is, are we scrubbing these applications, or have they been pre-scrubbed through you to make sure that they meet all the qualifications?
They're pre-scrubbed by me. The final decision is up to y'all.
Commissioner Sherman?
I think we should maybe go a closer look at this, and I think it's gonna be kind of hard. I don't know. I'm struggling with the fact of keeping inventory on chairs and things that are removable from a property. What do we do with it? I guess those are the questions I have.
No, we wouldn't keep it. It would stay with the business.
Right. So, I don't know.
So I'm hearing that Commissioner Stradley and Commissioner Mealy are okay with leaving it as. I'm hearing you want to talk about it. Commissioner Bellinger?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just, for an upcoming meeting, let's just put on the agenda. All right. So that'll be an upcoming thing.
Can we wait till after Mr. Davis comes back?
Let's get this in.
I'll be back
Go back to the next meeting.
Yeah, but I just,
It will be the next CRA meeting, which, whenever that is. You can work it into commission meetings too.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Drew we made that time slot available. So that'd be good. All right, any more discussion on the application? Okay, so item 4, and that was good bringing that up, Commissioner. So we got approval of grant application for 109 South 6th Street. Discussion on this. This is for Pompano.
Do you want to have them talk?
Oh, God. Do you have any
Can you
questions?
just give us the clip notes?
Yeah, the patio furniture at Pompano's is completely rusted. I mean, it's awful, as you can see through the pictures that were attached.
and they want to replace them and purchase 3 additional art height tables for 2. And they will also refurbish the current sign. So that is what the application is about. The total amount estimated was $4,447.85. And at 60%, the grant amount would be for $2,668.78. And I'm recommending.
All right, discussion before we ask the applicant any information. Applicant, do you have any comments you want to make? You can please state your name, please.
Yep, Pete Hennessy. Monaco 6 Deli.
Don't eat it.
So, some of that also, we had the umbrellas.
Oh, and the umbrellas, yes,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
because right now, the property right now, it's just black and white. So we're trying to add a little color, get a little more exposure to the property. Yeah.
Aesthetics. I had thought, well, first of all, when we applied for this, I asked clearly, because I saw the old one with the non-fixed. So, but I was told by the city, no, it's absolutely approved. And the aesthetics of this would look much better than what's there now.
That's how I caught it. Because she questioned me, and I'm like, no, you're looking at the wrong one.
You're telling me I can apply for this and I can't. There's something else I wanted to say about that. But basically, when I read through the grant, it said it's to improve CRA districts appearance. And that, everybody that drives by there, because, it's just a bar office and that's what it's supposed to be. We're trying to give it just a little more finished look about it and just a more weather appropriate.
Yeah, like Karen said, the tables I have now that were, when I bought the establishment, they're rusted. So we had already bought new chairs for it. Yeah.
Just remember what else I wanted to say. I had thought when I read through everything for it, that somewhere in there, it states if you sell the business within so many years, you have to return the money if that, like, there should be something in there.
It's the maintenance. It's the maintenance.
Oh.
If you don't maintain it, then you would
It should also state in there, if you guys are gonna provide this, that whatever is purchased belongs to the business. So that if we ever sold the business, it belongs to the business, not to us, but not to see that not out there. That's all.
I have a question for you, Tracy.
Yeah.
This patio furniture, it's been out there since what? Since before COVID 2020? So it would actually qualify for that?
It has been.
Oh, we weren't owners.
Yeah, we were.
Right, but that furniture's been out
Yes.
there, okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Applicant, any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And further discussion?
Yeah, just one thing. Each and every one of these has provided 2 estimates.
As far as I know, yeah, because that's what I look for. If they have not, there's a reason. Maybe they couldn't get anybody else to go ahead and, give them an estimate. That's been happening a lot. Contractors just do not want to deal with these things.
Oh, it's tables, it's.
And this is different.
Doesn't say maybe. Okay.
Further discussion?
And for me, just being familiar with the building, and what the applicant said is absolutely correct. I mean, it's a law office building, and the color and the improvements, I think, meet the objectives of the whole program with this aesthetics. And I think even under the current language, there's enough room in there where it talks about aesthetics, and then nothing about the furniture falls into the category of being eligible expenditures. It's not listed. There's nothing on there that would speak to it. So I think there's room in there as it's written out. And there's certainly, if the language has changed, it would be noted. But I happen to think it's a request that should be approved.
Any other comments? Open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on grant application for 109 South 6th Street? Alright, see no one close public comment, look for motion.
Make a motion, we approve the small redevelopment grant for 10976 Street.
Second.
A motion is second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, item 5, grant application for 610 South Central Avenue. Karen, if you can just give us quick notes on that.
This one was a different thing that I had never encountered before. The HOA is the one that applies for this particular grant, and I did have a consultation with Drew. And he wanted to see exactly what the HOA's requirements of maintenance and that kind of thing and what they actually do. What was explained to me is the HOA only handles the outer periphery of where these properties are, so the fence line and that kind of thing. They have very limited power. So what was suggested was to have the HOA have a written agreement between them and the property owners and clearly state who would be responsible for the maintenance. And that's in the other packet. Again, the decision is up to you. If I had not put this forward this way, then we would have had 6 or 7 individual applications, and I just didn't see where that would work. Again, it does improve the aesthetics. They've met what we've required from them as far as the letter of agreement. It's entirely up to you what you want to do.
Okay, discussion.
I feel like that homeowners association and its residents take such good care of that, of their properties, or of our property collectively. If this will even add to it, I think that would be.
Well, and there's a safety issue there too.
Yes,
It's real
yes,
dark.
that's dark, it's dark, yeah.
Any other comments?
When I was reviewing this, I just had a question about the strength of these solar light bulbs. Is that gonna be enough to illuminate? Because I know some solar lights are, you get the ones, you know, kind of.
One loom
Yeah, they're
in
not,
there.
they're not that. I guess that's my concern is the strength of these solar lights. If we're gonna, agree to give in 60 of these, or,
I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. I
Okay.
I know nothing about solar lighting. And there's no statistics here as to say one way or the other.
I wonder where they're gonna put the solar panels. Lots of all full of trees.
Yes, that was it. I guess
Get some sun.
that was the other question too, because it is pretty shaded over there with the shrubs.
Well, I wish them luck with it though.
Any other?
Last 3 years,
Well, and that was the comment that I had. I do not see how these are going to last the 3-year requirement. Not these. These don't even look like they're even built to last 3 years. Based on what's in the packet. So then I have some issues with that. And I know firsthand the lack of life that you can get out of lighting for properties, just from firsthand experience. That's the concern I have on it. Any others? Commissioner Span?
Yeah, I'm a fan of these kinds of lights. I have them in my house, and they don't last very long. Yeah, that's my concern. And I have a pretty open yard, but they're subject to weather. I mean, I would like to see something a little more heavy duty, because I think I would be surprised if they lasted a year.
But isn't that up to them, and they're told they have to maintain it for at least 3 years?
That's correct.
So we pay for the initial, and then it's up to them.
They go out, they'd have to replace them.
To stay in compliance, they would have to continue replacing them for 3 years.
Correct.
But that's their issue.
Right, and they are aware of that.
Yes. It
Is the
says it
applicant
right
here?
on the application.
The applicant is here. If you can come on up. Again, please state your name and address, and you got some questions.
My name is Randy Smith. I live at 610 South Central Avenue. I'm the president of the homeowners association for the Sea Cottages. And if you've seen the site lighting that we put up at the two corners for our signs, everybody liked that. So when we had our homeowners meeting, we all talked about lighting up the 84 palm trees we have in our development. And that passed unanimously. And we're applying for the grant just for the material. Then all the property owners have agreed that we're gonna install it by ourselves. We're gonna take care of that on our own. And I can assure you, we will take care of this for 3 years. I have a client, or one of the property owners that has this on his property, and he loves it, and it works out very well. He actually gave me a set of them. I've had them on my property for a week. It gives a nice light. There's 4 per set. The solar panel is about that big. It can be stuck in the ground, just get it looking at the sun. And it gives a really nice effect. Now you multiply that by 60, and it's going to be, that block is going to light up. It's going to be a real nice effect. And that's what we're trying to achieve. It is, like Carolyn said, it is very dark at night. This came to light when we lit up our signs, our site signs, and said, wow, this is a nice look. So that's what we like to try to do here. And that's basically it.
You guys have a beautiful property there.
Well, we like to maintain it. We have a lot of fun with each other, and that's like keep it going, looking good. And we think this would add value, especially driving down Central Avenue, to have that all those palm trees lit up. So.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. No further questions for the applicant. Thank you. Further discussion. All right, I'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on grant application for 610 South Central Avenue? All right, so no one close public comment. Look for motion.
Motion to approve the small redevelopment grant for 610 South Central.
Second. Again. Excuse me. All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Drink your water.
Yeah. Next time.
All right. Number 7, approval of small development grant application.
Number 6.
6. You think it's too far? 6 days. Approval of a small redevelopment grant application for 301 South Central Avenue. Karen, you got anything you want to?
I'll just give you the brief. This is the classic REIT. They also have the homeowners association. They want to replace the rotted fascia boards, replace metal lath with plastic lath, stucco repairing areas, and they're also going to paint the building. The original estimate included the labor for the painting, and I explained that we only pay for paint.
Okay.
So they revised it, and that's why it's a little bit revised in the application to show that. The amount that they estimate is going to be about $6,410.80. That's 50% of that particular amount would be for $3,205.40. Now, here we go again, it's an HOA. Their HOA document is 77 pages. And I don't think y'all wanted to have 77 pages. So, what I did was I took out the excerpts of what the HOA is responsible for, and it is all of these improvements except for the painting. And I sent it to Drew for review, and Drew said it seemed to meet everything that they're asking for.
All right. Any comments from here?
I have a comment. I was just gonna say, I like this grant. This is exactly what I feel like the CRA grants are for. It's replacing the exterior of the building, the wood, the fascia. I really enjoyed seeing replace the metal lathe with plastic lathe. Forward thinking, and I highly support this grant.
I just had a question about which kind, there were a number of bids in here. Do we, not that I really care, but which contractors?
Yeah, and I went through them to make sure we got the right thing. The one from Chris Savage, which is a paint only, is $2,750. And the one from Ortiz Building Contractor was for $3,668.
Yeah, I kinda did some math and that's.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay,
Yearly math.
yearly math, which works sometimes.
I had actually a question for Drew. This building is where my law office is a tenant, so I don't know if that impacts any voting that I could do on that. One building,
You're within the building.
I'm within the building.
It's a stretch, but I can make the argument that if the building looks nicer, you might get more clientele coming in the door. So if you want to err on the side of safety, I could go ahead and declare voting.
Alright, I'll declare a voting.
I was wondering that.
Here comes Penny.
Just have to have one.
Thank you.
Imagine that.
But I don't think Mr. Berlin would lower my rent if he doesn't get
Err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
I think this is, I have no issues with this one whatsoever. I mean, that's what this whole grant process is all about. Fixing these places up and doing it in a way that it'll last longer the next time. So, okay, any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. We'll be back here for a motion.
Do you want to see if the applicant is here and have anything to say?
Does the applicant here have anything to say?
I had a question while we were waiting on the applicant. And I don't know if y'all already talked about this. One of these estimates has $500 for power washing on it, and I thought that power washing was not, I thought that was an excluded item.
Yeah, it's like,
Only if that's all you're doing, like if it's included in all the other stuff.
Or if it's needed to do the job.
Right, exactly.
I believe that's attached to the green paper, which they took away from me.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I was outside.
I only have thank you guys, I have one question and then just one comment. Question is, when I put this application together, I did not realize that the green paper would not be included. I was trying to keep it within our budget of what we have to spend to renovate the building. Now that we're gonna have to pay out of pocket, if this is getting approved, I'm just gonna move forward, but I was wondering how difficult it would be to amend it to add the rips on the line, because originally that's part of, I don't know, and
Could be done as a separate application,
So I
right?
can do it
There's no
separately.
limit
No,
on it.
actually can't be.
It can't be, no, it can't be.
So do we need to potentially pull and wait on this?
I'd rather not, we need to get closure first on that, I don't want to
so you don't want zoning?
get damage anymore. There is a limit on applications that was,
Once per cycle, yeah.
okay.
Actually, isn't it once per cycle, and then if you submit two, it goes to the end and it's held till after the grant application.
And that's fine.
And then you could add the awnings.
But this would just be a modification if they take this back. And
If,
then it
if,
just comes
if
up.
you approve it, yeah, I haven't seen any, do you have an estimate on what the awnings can cost?
Yeah, one, I didn't get a second one, that's why, and I was walking, trying to look at the building, painted first, if we have to remove it, but there's things that we need to happen after the building's painted.
Do you recall how much that one?
I got that estimate, it's about $6,000, it's replacing, the metal as well, which is right.
Well,
However, is the HOA responsible for that?
It's the exterior of the building, so I would say yes, and I think, I can do a second application, telling I know it's that much, I think we'll wait for the next cycle. We can allocate when my money, when we get to last week, so.
Okay, it's up to you.
Yeah. My second just comment, if you guys are gonna look at this application, all of them in general is, I was shocked that the labor couldn't be included when we're talking about a commercial property. It's just something that I would not let any of the owners in the HOA to be up on a 2-story ladder painting or doing this stuff ourselves. So we definitely would need a licensed contractor on it. Some projects, especially really smaller homeowner projects, I get that. Then some commercial, maybe you might want in the future consider a little bit of that, because paint is the easiest way to beautify the city. But a lot of people aren't, you can't do some of these metal roofs, 2 stories, just a side note, that's all.
So you don't trust Commissioner Spradley to get up there and paint?
Well,
He did just fine putting his banner up there. So,
Okay.
That brings me to a question here. Stucco's labor.
Yeah, but that's included in the grant. I mean, that's part of what we are doing. I mean, it's all exterior, that was part of it.
I know, but you can't pay the painter, but you can pay the stucco guy?
Yeah.
That's the way it's worded. The paint does not have labor, but other trades do.
Other trades do. Okay, just, I'd be curious. Thank you. All right, any more public comments? Bring you back here, Eric, you should bring some new one to bring up. Anybody else?
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the small redevelopment grant application for 301 South Central.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah.
Excuse me.
Appreciate you all working with me. I felt like I ate a feather pillow for a minute there. All right, item 7. We're on 7 now, right?
It's in this stuff.
Yeah, I haven't even opened that.
Also, no.
Grant application for 409 South Daytona Avenue. Karen, if you give us a quick notes.
If the applicant proposes to get new planters and plants as well as screening their garbage area, they've gotten quotes. The total amount of expenditures would be $999, of which that amount would be covered 100% through the grant. They're in a very particular situation where it's all concrete, so they can't exactly, plant and mulch and that kind of thing. So the way that they beautify their building, in front of their buildings, with planters and plants. So they're asking us to help them replace them and also screen in their garbage area.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. Any questions?
Yeah, it's incomplete.
What do you
got numbers of how much screening is and by per panel, and how much flower pots are per pot.
Page 3, Commissioner.
So, this one.
It has the breakdown.
Okay, well, this one. Page 3, that's page 7. There's page 3, okay, got it.
Any questions? Discussion? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
All right, come on up. You can please state your name.
Yeah, hi, Tim Bennett. I'm at 1228 South Central, but this is the 409 South Daytona. And yeah, really, if you're familiar with the property, it is really hardscaped. It's been a lot of things over the years. It's general commercial, and we basically have it as a single family home. It's a rental, and yeah, we want to maintain that, the beach look and hot feel. First and foremost, we want to make sure that we get a privacy screen up for the trash. One, because you can see it from the street. 2, we get a lot of rodents sitting out there, so just to keep that clean, neat, and then really, the planters are the landscape up front, so it's just really to put the look, the beach feel, and just add what we're doing.
Okay, questions for the applicant?
No.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, it's quiet up here.
Do you have a question? Did you run forward?
Open this up to public comment. Can please state your name?
Sorry, I'm a bit hearing impaired, but I think I'm at the wrong meeting. Does this commission have jurisdiction over the reconstruction of the fishing pier?
Yes, but that'll be the meeting coming up at 5:30 where you would want to talk about that
Public comment.
under public comment. And I can guide you with that. At 5:30, we'll meet to talk about that.
That's, sorry, I'm difficulty hearing you. At 5:30, there's a meeting about the pier?
It'll be about all general city business.
Yes.
And you can make a comment on that under public comment. Once we open that up at the 5:30 meeting. And there's, the city attorney can show you. Are any members of the public wish to speak on the grant application for 409 South Daytona Avenue? This is public comment for 409 South Daytona Avenue. Did you have a public comment for that item?
Well, I'm just walked in, I'm trying to understand, is that my property they're doing, or what?
I don't know what property you have. This is public comment for 409 South Daytona Avenue.
So does that mean every house will have
Jesus Christ.
a comment put on it, or?
This is for the grant applications.
Right.
Each one has public comment, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh, okay, so,
Separate ones.
so then, like, my address would be on there.
Did you apply for?
Yes, yes.
And what is your address?
2432 South Carver.
That's not on our agenda.
Oh, I got the email and I talked to.
Okay, well, if you can, you'll need to discuss that with the CRA director, preferably after the meeting.
Ma'am, this is the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting, it's not the commission meeting. The commission meeting starts at 5:30, that's where the confusion is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, does any members of the public want to speak on 409 South Daytona Avenue? And seeing none, we'll close public comment for the discussion. Look for motion.
I'll make a motion for agenda item number 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. Next item, item 8.
That was the second.
We have a grant application for 701 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. And can you give us a quick notes on that, CRA Director? It's a $5,000 grant. This is outdoor seating for a coffee shop, including umbrellas, lighting, and lights.
Correct. The total estimated cost of the investment is $15,558.65, of which the maximum of our grants is $5,000, so that would be the grant amount.
All right, discussion on this item.
I had a couple things on this one. The invoice from it looks like the contractor, I thought it should have been, it's for $7,362. It should be itemized out. And then I noticed on the Wayfair that we're also paying for assembly and a protection plan. And this kind of falls back on the reason why we have with the non-fixed inventories due to those businesses that went through COVID, and this would be adding the inventory instead of replacing inventory. So I have would like some clarification on that one. Because it's buying inventory instead of replacing.
CRA Director, do you have any response to that?
Personally, I don't really have a preference. I know that this was submitted, I support it because it's a brand new business and we're here to try to help that happen. It is entirely up to y'all to decision.
Commissioner.
I think there's a small misunderstanding, or maybe not so small. Karen mentioned about that businesses particularly are, for want of other words, in trouble because of COVID and because of the hurricane. But this grant process predates all of that. We have given out grants when Karen was here now 12 years ago, and continued until we didn't have the money to do it because of the recession. So while Karen was looking particularly at businesses now having gone through COVID and the hurricanes. That's not the basis, or the total basis for giving these grants. So yes, this business has not gone through the hurricanes and COVID, but I think Drew might agree with me about consistency about furniture. We already agreed on furniture for one business, should we not?
I could argue this, I can see your argument, I can also argue this the other way though, and it's not so much the gone through COVID and hurricanes, not gone through COVID and hurricanes, it is replacing versus new. And it depends on, and again, I'll agree with Karen on this, it's entirely up to you, where do you want to draw that line regarding redevelopment? Alright, is it about, is new also furthering redevelopment, or do you view it more narrowly as replacement, which I think would be the mayor's argument? So I can see both arguments on this one.
Okay, well, I would say that opening a new business is improving the community rather than whatever was there before. So I would support this.
Okay, further discussion? Any other thoughts?
I'd like to also bring up the protection and the assembly. I don't think that those are costs that I think that we should discuss. But the protection is $545, the assembly is $2,132. To make sure that this is something that we're going to be covering, could go two ways. One, for other applicants to know about, and then also for this applicant if it's something we want to get into. But I think we're starting to, just for thoughts with all applicants, getting down a sticky road of tying now inventory to businesses, that they must be kept and continue on if the business is sold or transferred over to another business.
Mr. Chair, if I may just make a quick comment on that. Considering the fact that the total cost is $15,000, if you reduce it by $2,500 and whatever, it's still above the threshold. That does not change the grant amount.
Just for clarity, what is the threshold?
Anything that's above $5,000, it's 50-50. So, I mean, if you've got $15,000 and you reduce it to $11,000, the maximum we can give them is $5,000 regardless. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, further discussion? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
All right, come on up. This is for 701 North Ocean Shore Boulevard?
North Ocean.
If you can, please state your name.
So we'll wait north of 5th Street.
All right, and any comments?
I don't think there's any comments. The bill for the $7,000 from the contractor, that would be fixed, and then the rest would just be the furniture.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. Further discussion? The only concerns that I have, I'm gonna try to find the page that has the contractor fees on it. And correct me if I'm wrong, if y'all catch this and I don't, it didn't seem to be really itemized, it was very general. The one that had the contractor improvements on it. And Karen, are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and I guess because I'm familiar with this and maybe I didn't look at it the way that you're looking at it. This particular contractor is actually going to be doing all the installation and everything of all the furniture. He's also going to be improving the area by adding, what do you call it, landscaping and other things to beautify the whole thing. So I agree with you, this is not really very itemized.
Right, an invoice that says material and labor to beautify front seating area doesn't really tell anybody what that is.
I agree.
And this is a rather large invoice, so I have a lot of concern about that. Because you might, but nobody else knows what that means.
What I might suggest is you can always approve a grant with conditions. And the condition on this one would be that they present me an itemized invoice as to what exactly they are charging for.
Would that have to come back in front of us?
Not unless I find something screwy, but if you want them to come back, I can bring it back. I mean, that's not a problem. I'm just giving a suggestion.
Commissioners, Mayor, are y'all okay with that? Doing an itemized invoice? Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Donovan?
I would just, it just makes it even more important that we go over these guidelines. And stick to what's in black and white, or change it. That's all.
Okay, further discussion on this item? Open this up, public comment. Public comment for grant application for 701 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. I see no one close public comment, look for motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 8 with the, how do we want to do that verbiage, with the, well, itemized to amend it with the included amended.
Approved conditioned upon applicant providing to the CRA director an itemized invoice for the construction work.
Got it.
We have a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
I didn't get
Next
the
item,
second. Who was the
8A,
second?
which is approving a mural for 200 South Central Avenue. And this is not a cost item, correct? Okay, so this is just the approval of the mural. Drew, did you want to speak to that?
No, you've amended your code to allow murals.
Okay. Any conversation on this item?
It's the juice bar across the street. It's on the north side. They want to change it to the rendition that's in front of you. And of course it has to be approved by y'all before it can be done.
Hotel might appreciate that.
Any other discussion? Alright, we'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 8A? See no one close public comment? And further discussion? Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we, how's it word, approve the new mural on the north side of 200 South Central Avenue.
Second the motion.
New motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 9, approve conceptual site plan for single-family home 108 South 9th Street.
Are we doing 9 through 13?
No, I pulled those, you don't have to know them.
9 through 13, no, but I have the email, so 9 through 13 were full from.
This was a revised one.
Right. But mine was full, that's my point, that's what I'm saying, it's
We
not.
moved it around.
No, actually,
There's a new
I think it was renumbered.
No,
Yeah.
I got it.
Rick.
Oh, sorry.
Rick,
So this revised agenda.
went over in the bin.
That is item 9, is 108 South 9th Street. This is the newest agenda.
There's some over there.
No, it's okay, I have the right one, I just struck it through, I see now.
Okay.
Well, this number 9 is the same number 9. It's the first.
Well, whatever number it is, the single family house is 108.
Right.
So conversation, Bob?
Yeah, I have issues with this when we were trying to approve the site plan. It's not really something. It has no dimensions, setbacks, or anything indicated. That's what I was looking for.
And remember, when you're approving site plan for CRA, you're approving it as CRA within the CRA. This is not the same site plan that you comes before the city commission. Which you're looking at
A few.
Here, you're looking at, does it fit within your CRA, your contract with your CRA. So that's basically valid comment.
Part of it.
You will see it as commission also.
Part of it's also supposed to be setbacks, so that's why I'm bringing that up.
Well, Karen wrote in the background, trying to review the setbacks and that, vertical distances and that, and the architectural design.
Yes.
That's the place.
Alright, but to Commissioner Barton's point, this will need to have an actual site plan for commission. CRA director?
Let me just, this is a single family residence. Single family residence does not go to the park board and does not go to the commission. It's coming before you as a CRA because it's the CRA board's decision whether this is something you want in your CRA or not. The plans that I attached show all of the setbacks.
What page is that for commission value?
The pages are numbered. It's the last page on the plans.
Last page of the plans?
Yes.
Okay, you're on the right page.
All right, just need a telescope to see those numbers.
Am I reading?
See them now.
Okay, you've got a 10-foot setback to the rear, which is required. You've got 5-foot setbacks on either side, which is required. And you've got 35 feet to the front where the garage is, which is required. And it's more than required, exactly.
Let me ask you a question on this driveway part. So single family homes required to have 2 parking spaces, correct? So why do they have to have the 35-foot setback off the road as opposed to the regular 25-foot setback as the other single family homes?
Because they're backing out and it's required for an additional 5 feet. Again, this one's longer than it should be. It's not required. They're giving us more room. And you do have 2 parking spaces, which is where the garage is.
In the garage.
Mm-hmm.
So the extended driveway is not to create parking spaces?
No, it's not. It's just to make sure that
So
there's
what is
enough
the minimum?
space. 25 feet is the minimum. The reason for that is because if you've got
well, it's another setback for in front of a house anyway.
Right. So if you've got a vehicle that's going to park in the driveway, it cannot extend past the driveway. So that's why we always ask for additional footage. Does that make any sense?
Kind of. So is it 25 feet or is it more than 25?
No, it's actually 15 feet is required. Okay, for a driveway.
Okay.
If you're gonna have parking in there, that's gonna be backing out, or if you're gonna have people pulling in, and it's an additional 15 feet. So you're looking at a total of 30 feet is what's required. They have 35.
Okay, so is that from the edge of the sidewalk?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Any questions? The property owner. Would you like to come on and make a comment?
Yeah.
If you can, please state your name and address.
Pete Kessler, Jacksonville, Florida. I live in Jacksonville, Florida. We have a rental house here, and we own the property, the lot next to the property that we want to build on. And this is part of our building team.
I'm Stuart McDonald with Joseph Andrew Homes. I'll be the builder.
So here's you guys will see the house that they're looking to build.
You actually got copies of that.
You have the copy of that? Okay. All right, thank you.
Questions for the applicant? No questions?
No, quite fine with the project. Nice looking house and it's right next to another nice looking house, so.
So I guess we can discuss the setback, right, later?
We're fine.
Okay.
The only thing I got a question on, that same block, the house on the corner, when they built that house, they put the driveway in, but then the pavers are still in front of their driveway. The city pavers.
I wasn't here.
I get that, but what I'm thinking is they should have a concrete apron between their driveway and the street, not use the city pavers.
I'll take a look at it, and I really don't know what happened back then.
Yeah, but if you look the house on the corner on that same block.
Yeah.
There's no driveway.
I'd be glad to.
I just hope you would incorporate that, so people, otherwise you're gonna have people parking in front of your driveway. On the papers.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that they have been very, very, very easy to work with. From what was originally presented to what this looks like now, it is awesome. And as a matter of fact, Larry Torino is going to include this particular project in the LDC rewrite because it's that good.
Right, further discussion? Alright, thank you, applicant. Alright, we'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 10, which is the approval of site plan for 108 South 9th Street. See no one close public comment. Further discussion?
Motion to approve the conceptual site plan for a single family home at 108 North South 9th Street, sorry.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 10, we have 2021-2022 CRA annual report.
Just very quickly, the CRA by statute has to provide a report to all taxing authorities by March 31st of every year for the previous fiscal year. What I've given you is my report. Jane did catch a little typo that I will fix. But I need your acceptance for me to be able to go ahead and send it out to the county and to the mosquito control.
Okay, questions for the CRA director or further discussion?
I just think she did a really good job, except for the one.
Except the typo.
The one.
And Commissioner Bell here.
Alright, I got a question about the 18 light fixtures. So what is it? You're gonna replace all the light fixtures in the CRA, correct?
Only
but 18 poles need to be changed also.
I don't know if you recall or not, but the poles along A1A and several others with that green color, those are 30 years old and they're falling apart. So this is phase one. We only had enough money this year in the budget to do a total of 18 poles. And there's one fixture that fell from our new decorative poles right here at Veterans, that one's gonna be replaced. Next year, during the budgeting process, let's see how many more we can do until they're all replaced. But right now, it only goes from South 5th Street up to North 5th Street along A1A. That's all we could afford to do this year. And as a matter of fact, we're starting Monday.
This has been in the budget for 2 years, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all we're getting?
$212,000.
It'd take us 10 years to do all, not more than that. How many are there all total, do you know?
Not all together. I don't want to give you the wrong.
I counted A1A, there's 18 north and 16 south, that's just A1A, and we've got the other streets. So there's a lot of them out there. So,
do that job every year.
You know, I'm thinking, we're gonna be able to do less than 20 a year, or 2 years. We've been waiting 2 years and we're getting 18.
It went out to bid last year. It went out to bid last year, but because of the delay in getting the poles and getting everything, they're not being installed until this year. But it's still within the fiscal year. Once we do the budget, then we can see how much more money we have and how much more money we can allot. At the same time, I am looking for grants that may help us do this. But again, no offense, but 11 years, nothing was done, and the CRA is old. It needs.
It's not like they don't need replacement.
Yeah.
We just wanted to know why we're only doing 18.
Yeah, it's a money.
Alright, further discussion on the annual report? We'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak to the 2021-22 CRA annual report? See none, we'll close public comment for discussion.
Motion to accept the 2021-22 CRA annual report.
You need to accept or approve.
Accept.
Let's accept.
She already corrected me on that.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We have a CRA director update.
Chairman, do you want me to go through all 20-some items here?
We're already 7 minutes in our
28 items. I just wanted, last meeting, you guys asked me to give you a report on what I'm working on. This is basically, it's not all inclusive, but this is basically what I'm working on. The other
You sent
thing
it
is,
to us as well.
I'm sorry?
You sent it to us as well. We have a copy.
I think that's what she was asking, if you wanted to go through it all, or if you just wanted to accept the written report.
Okay, if you have any questions, ask. If
Any
not,
questions for the CRA director? Is there anything else?
Just a suggestion, you do have trash cans on there, right? Parking lots you got on there. How about our new holiday banners? Is that on there?
I can put it on there,
Will you
yes.
please put that on there?
Absolutely.
We're no good, and hopefully we can have some new ones.
I've already looked into that and I'm using them.
I'd like to piggyback on that. I had a resident reach out to me that said when we do add the new holiday banners, we actually move them up because if you're tall, you whack your head on.
Oh, really?
Yes. They said if you're even just at average height, you'll whack your head when you're walking.
Interesting. Okay, well.
And I looked at it and you'll notice.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Well, I'm short, so I don't know.
Mr. Sherman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just had a question as well. I'm looking to see something for maybe some beautification improvements or some sort of schedule for maintenance around the CRA district.
We might bring that up next meeting.
Actually, that's what I was gonna tell you. You did ask for that.
Yes.
And the previous city manager and I were gonna sit down with Bill and get that, but things have happened, but I'll get it to you.
Thank you.
Just one more quick suggestion. I
I
was sitting over here looking out into Veterans Park. This side is horrible.
I know that Vegas was told that they have to start irrigating it. Whether they are or not, I don't know, but I will check.
Well, I don't think irrigating is gonna help it much.
Has chinch bugs.
What I looked at.
Is that what they are?
Yeah, some bugs,
It's
some
gonna
birds
take-
got in and gobbled it up.
You take the whole thing in no time.
Okay, because we're paying Morgan to actually, it wasn't chinch bugs, it was the other ones.
Mole
Like the
crickets.
Mole crickets, yeah. So if it's chinch bugs, I'll make sure that they start spraying it and handling it.
Well, it's gonna need new sod now. It's been eaten alive. It's dead.
Chinch bugs will
Just
eat in
Take
about
a
2
walk
weeks.
out there, you'll see.
Alright, so that'll be a
Pretty
work
helpful.
item.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
Further discussion on the director update. No further discussion on that. There's no action needed on that. And we are at adjournment, so I'll look for, hold on, we got public comment. So this is a public comment related to the CRA. We're gonna be starting our commission meeting in a minute. But any public comment for the CRA specific that we didn't cover on agenda? If anybody has anything. Alright, seeing no one close public comment, and I'll look for a adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Alright, so we are adjourned, and, do y'all wanna jump right into the commission meeting, or do you need 5 minutes?
Jump right in.
I'm good, as long as you take a break somewhere.
Alright, so we'll break things down in commission meeting.
Grab that gavel from me.
What Eric means is the commission meeting's gonna be short, you want me to?
Thank you, have a good evening.
Alright, so
Good night.
Good night.
let's go and get the new round of papers going here.
What?
Alright, Penny, you're good?
I don't know what he said. I'm sorry.
You're good to go?
I'm here. Yeah.
Alright, we'll call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Thursday, March 23rd. The time is 5:40, we'll call it, depending on which clock you look at. And this meeting will be continued until all items are complete. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, just a little bit of housekeeping for everybody that just showed up. You can take a look at your cell phones, make sure they're on silent, vibrate, or turned off. And we have proclamations and awards. Mayor.
So tonight we have a proclamation recognizing April 2023 as Water Conservation Month.
Gretchen?
It's Gretchen, yeah.
Welcome. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and water conservation is becoming more critical across our great state. And whereas the state of Florida, the St. Johns River Water Management District, and the city of Flagler Beach are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. Whereas 2023 is the 25th anniversary of the state of Florida designation of April as Florida's Water Conservation Month. And whereas April is typically a dry month, when water demands are the most acute, the city of Flagler Beach has joined in with the state of Florida to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resource. And whereas the city of Flagler Beach has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And now therefore be it resolved by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Flagler Beach, Florida, I do hereby proclaim the month of April as Water Conservation Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Gretchen Smith, and I'm with St. Johns River Water Management District. I am filling in for your intergovernmental coordinator, who is Bill White, who couldn't be here this evening. But I figured I know most of you people, so I wanted to come and say hello and also say how happy I am to be accepting this water conservation proclamation. I started at the district about a year ago. I started out in communications. I kind of volunteered my way into water conservation because I think that's a really important area to be in. And even though there's a lot of water around us here in Florida, with the amount of growth that's coming into Florida, we have to be so diligent in making sure that we're doing things like turning off the water when you brush your teeth, putting in low flow spigots, checking the flappers on your toilet. This week is actually the EPA is leak week, and you can go on the US EPA's website and find all kinds of leak tips. It's funny, since I've been with the district, I think we've replaced all of our hoses outside with low flow nozzles now, so I obviously drank the Kool-Aid, and we have low flow spigots on all of our sinks and everything. So everybody can do something to make a difference as far as water conservation is concerned. I was thrilled when I got an email from Penny last week showing me that Flagler Beach's website has all the water conservation information that we kind of sort of encourage as part of your consumptive use permit. But Flagler's doing a great job, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Can I take a quick picture?
Oh,
sure.
Commissioner Ellie's got it.
Yeah, I saw Bill White last week at the Florida League, Northeast Florida League Cities dinner in Green Cove Springs.
Right.
And Lori Berklew did a presentation on the North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan, and I provided that to everybody of your visitors.
Awesome. Good.
And
so, and as part of that, don't forget to apply for the cost share program. And I saw that there was one on your agenda, so that's the next.
Yeah, we've got them.
Can I take a quick picture?
Oh, we want a picture of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna take your picture for you.
I'll take it in case somebody's blinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, thank you.
And last, we have a proclamation for Government Finance Professionals Week. Rhonda.
Oh, they're all
The
here.
dream team. You guys are a bunch of hardworking women. I'll read this paper. This is a proclamation for Government Finance Week. Professionals Week, March 20th through March 24th, 2023. Whereas the Florida Government Finance Officers Association is a professional association founded in 1937 and serves more than 3,300 professionals from state, county, and city governments, school districts, colleges and universities, special districts, and private firms. And whereas the FGFOA is dedicated to being a professional resource by providing opportunities through education, networking, leadership, and information. And whereas this Government Finance Professionals Week, sponsored by the FGFOA and all of its member governmental organizations, is a week-long series of activities aimed at recognizing government finance professionals and the vital services that they provide to our state and our community. And whereas during this week, government finance professionals throughout the state of Florida will be acknowledged for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. And now, therefore, I, Susie Johnston, as mayor and on behalf of our commissioners, do hereby proclaim March 20th through the 24th as Government Finance Professionals Week in the city of Flagler Beach, and extend our appreciation to all government finance professionals throughout the state for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. And thank you. This team here will drop everything and answer questions and is always willing to help, and it's truly appreciated, so thank you.
And we have a new member.
I can go through and just almost name every single one of you, what you've done.
Mayor, do you want to introduce our new member of the department?
Well, I'm gonna assume I know who she is. Over here. You're the finance director's assistant. Yes. So welcome. I'd like to formally introduce myself. Nice to meet you, Solly. Thank you. Did you want to say anything? Oh, no.
Got the smile again?
Yes. Oh, here, we can scoot down more.
Just a little bit, yeah. Susie, come in a little bit.
Snuggle up with your Rhonda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Turn your shoulders, man.
Pretend everyone took a shower.
Yeah.
There you go. Alright, there you go. I'll email it to you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Next is deletions and changes to the agenda. Anybody have anything? I would like to propose moving 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to general business. Those are all items that really, in my opinion, don't belong under consent agenda, and they're all going to need discussion. You know what that?
No.
You only need one to pull an item from consent.
Yeah, why don't,
Right.
let's just pull whichever.
Pull them all and then.
Yeah, well, I don't want to pull them all, but you do. I want to pull some.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I have something that's kind of time sensitive that I want to discuss. Actually, I was thinking Larry was going to be here. I can hold it till the end since I train already.
So you have something or you don't have something?
I'll definitely have something that I want to speak about. It's time sensitive and needs to be talked about tonight. It's going to take a few minutes.
What does that mean?
Is it going to be in your commission comments?
I'll wait till my commission comments and bring it
Okay,
up.
we're talking about deletions and changes to the agenda.
Right.
You don't have any?
No, I don't have any deletions.
Any deletions or changes to the agenda? Alright, so we will open this up, public comment. So, public comment, this is
Wait a
citizens.
minute, we didn't agree which ones we were gonna pull.
But you just might as well, you don't need agreement on consent agenda. Eric
No,
wants to
did
pull
you wanna
6
pull
through
all
11, or
of
7 through 11.
We haven't even got to consent agenda yet. We were talking about deletions and changes.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Alright, public comment. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. And if you can, please start with your name and address, and this is for any items not on the agenda. So come on up.
Yes.
If you can, just give us your name and address.
My name is Richard Conway. I live in Hammock Beach Resorts, off the street, 102 Yacht Harbor Village Drive. My question is, in the renewal of the pier, has the city of Flagler Beach requested an application for a grant from the U.S. Department of Energy? They have over $600 million available for energy plans, and there's been a new device that's been developed called a wave energy plan that could be utilized under Flagler Beach Pier to produce electricity. And this is a futuristic project. Like Niagara Falls produced electricity for the United States and New York, and like the Tennessee Valley Authority produced electricity for Tennessee as a result of the dam system. This type of partnering with the federal government can provide a lot of money for the restoration of the pier and be a pilot project for generating electrical power from wave energy up and down all the piers, up and down the Atlantic coast and the Pacific coast. It is with the U.S. Department of Energy's Lab for Renewable Energy Resources. It's making the grants available, and you can combine that with wind generation on the end of the pier, and you can combine it with solar generation. If the roofs of the buildings are sloped to the latitude of the earth that we're at, you can maximize energy production through solar. And so, if well thought out, the pier can be a renewable project, renewable energy project to power the city of Flagler Beach. And it's involved in partnering with federal government. So this is money is available and should be considered in the restoration project of the pier. I have been involved in projects like this my whole life, working for the Saudi Arabian Oil Company, and I think a project like this, well managed, could be done well under expected cost and well under expected time. And I'm a retired guy from Saudi Arabia, but I live here at the beach. I come down here very often. The post office box is right here with you guys. And so I think that I could be of help to generate a new architectural design for the pier that could be futuristic and generate power for generations to come, as well as put a device out there underwater that protects the pier from any catastrophic waves that come in. I've seen it done already on research. We did this in Saudi Arabia to reclaim beach from the sea. I'm up.
Yep.
It's up to him.
You can just wrap up.
Anyway, there's grant money available, and somebody should look into it for the city. And I would make myself available to help me file a grant application with the Department of Energy to get it done. And I'm at Post Office Box 165, Flagler Beach, Florida.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Richard W. Conway.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good information.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? How you doing? Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Sandra. Is this on?
Yes, ma'am, should be. Is the light on?
There's a little green light.
Yes, the green light
Now
is
it's on.
on, yes, I just couldn't see it. Good evening, my name is Sandra Newtubik and I live at 112 Pine Tree Street, Flagler Beach. I am here to say thank you to Jane and to Susie for responding to my email about the Pine Tree Street and Oak Street problems that we've been having with the canal. And I very much am looking forward to being a keep up on the updates. I understand that a letter was sent out to the people and now possibly to the code enforcement. And I just want to say thank you for picking up from Ms. Phillips and helping me out with this. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I hope to hear from whoever will be able to help me with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on the public comment? That's all. All right, we'll close public comment. All right, so for Richard Conway, that's definitely good information we can pass on to the new city manager to take into consideration.
Yeah, I'm sorry you left. I thought you should leave his contact information.
I wrote it down.
P.O. Box 165.
There we go.
I thought he might have a phone.
All right, we will move on to consent agenda. All right, so does anybody have anything they'd like to pull?
Yeah, I would like to pull number 9, 10, 12, and 13.
Anybody else? I'd like to pull 7, 8, 11. And that's all consent.
Yeah, well, 8 and 9 kind of go together, so if you're picking 8, I'll pick 9.
They're already
all
accounted for? Okay.
All right, so that leaves minutes. Let's have a discussion about minutes. This is minutes for February 9th, 2023, February 23rd, 2023, March 9th, 2023, special meeting minutes, March 9th, 2023, workshop minutes, February 13th, 2023. Jane, did you have any typos?
I didn't read it.
Okay. Further comment on the minutes?
Nope.
Good job, Penny.
Thanks.
Lots put together.
All right, I'll open this
I have
up.
no comments.
I'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public who wish to speak on published minutes? See, now we'll close public comment. Look for a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes of, well, consent agenda item number 6.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Well, let's just do this in order. Item 7 of consent agenda, we have staff to proceed with an application to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for Hurricane Stormwater Assistance Program. Lee, if you could start us off on that.
Be glad to. This is a grant that Acre turned us on to. It is there's $100 million out there for the state of Florida through this grant, and there's no match to it, so it's free money. And Ben and I have actually been working on this together, because we're going to make it all one project with smaller components to it, one of which is no place for the treatment plant. The part that I'm looking at, as we all know, we have a lot of standing water over the storms, and a lot of our lift stations were underwater damage that caused backups, sewage leakage, and all kinds of nasties that we'd rather not see happen again. So what we're going to try to do with this particular grant for the wastewater part of it is to rebuild and relocate 4, maybe 5, if we can make it work, lift stations. Some of our worst in the city. And I can post that for you if you want to. That spreadsheet that I sent to you, Commissioner Poole, that kind of demonstrates the status of our lift stations, many of which are in bad shape, need to be rebuilt. This is an opportunity to get about $2.5 million worth of construction on these things, as well as 20 manholes in the Palm Circle area that also leaked water, forced a huge amount of I&I, and because of all the backing up and so forth, all that water was sent to the plant and had domino effect consequences of the plant. I think Ben can talk about those. But my part of it is to replace, as I said, and these will be rebuilt at a higher elevation with similar to the specs we used on the Ocean Marina lift station. That's kind of our standard now. So that we will get these out of the flood areas, and they will hopefully last us a long time if we can get this grant. So it's the 4 manholes, possibly 5. I'm sorry, the lift stations, possibly 5 of them, and 20 manhole covers and rings, such as we're doing in the city right now.
Good question. Did everybody get a copy of that email where you had the locations? Okay. That was the reason why I pulled 7, is initially there was confusion about, we just approved some lift stations, we just approved some manhole covers. And the question was, if that was the case, then where was this money going? And then in that email you sent answered all of it. It was very well done and it was helpful. Because I wasn't sure if we were doubling up or trying to go back and cover costs, or were we targeting the right areas? And so very, very helpful email. And it might even benefit the city to figure out a way to at least get that visible on the website too, so folks can see where we are looking at doing these improvements specifically. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I've got actually better maps than that, one graphic, so I could, and these will show the street names and so forth where they're located. I could certainly circulate that if you like.
Okay.
That chart was very helpful.
Yes, very helpful. Commissioner Bellingham.
Oh yeah, components damaged to wastewater treatment plant. What is that?
Ben, you want to talk about that?
Okay, so we had the master lift station at the wastewater plant had problems. We want to go ahead and try to get that rebuilt. That will take a little bit. Johnny was getting about 700,000 gallons a day of wastewater at the plant before Hurricane Nicole. We were
If you can just state your name.
I'm sorry, Ben Freeze, CPH Engineers.
Thank you.
He was getting 700,000 gallons of wastewater before the Hurricane Nicole, and we were getting over 3 million gallons of wastewater after that. We had tanks overflowing onto the ground, so there's raw wastewater on the ground. We had sludge all over the ground because of the massive amount of water being pumped to us. So with this grant that DEP has available, and it's small, it's only 100 million, and it's only for 16 counties that were affected by Ian and Nicole. Unfortunately, you've got Dade and Broward as part of those 16. So we're looking at trying to do a small, I'd love to say we're going to go for $20 million, but I know we're not going to get it, and I don't want them throwing us out. So let's look at something that's interconnected. So what Lee is talking about is raising 4 to 5 lift stations, replacing some manhole rings in a certain area to reduce the flow, and that will help alleviate a small portion, because we still have lift stations that are going to be underwater. What I want to do with the plant is do a little rehab of that lift station with some of this money, but I want to put in a flow equalization basin. So you can imagine this massive amount of water that comes in, you put it into a tank, and you pump out of it at a normal rate. So the tank's going to be doing this all day long, going up and down, but it's a constant flow through the plant, so we're not overflowing structures. I was out there for 12 hours during the event when we were having wastewater and sludge going everywhere. All the water coming out of the structures was crystal clear water because it was the intercoastal waterway. There was very little wastewater in it. That's the issue we're trying to fight, is all of that water coming to the plant. The plant can treat the wastewater. It's just inundated with a volume that nobody would have anticipated. So that's, if we tie these 2 projects together, the lift stations, the manholes, and then this equalization basin. That will help solve some of the problem, but at least we might be able to get a 100% grant to pay for that with zero match, and I think that's a good fit tying these two together.
So that basin you're speaking of, is that a new facility?
That would be a new structure.
You're gonna rehabilitate one of those old tanks?
I don't have a tank that's available to use today to do that. When we do the wastewater plant, we're gonna repurpose some of the tanks that are there for other things.
Okay.
But since they're willing, and again, this is due next Friday by 11:59 p.m. And then in 30 days, they will issue who gets the grants, and money will be sent out within 30 days. That's of course.
Andy's got the shovel.
I'm shovel ready. Lee, I'll help Lee, he'll be shovel ready.
Any further discussion or questions?
Excellent.
All right, thank you, Ben. If you could just have a seat, we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda, this consent agenda? Come on up.
I just want to say thank you.
That was easy. All right, I don't see anybody else, so we'll close public comment, but just for reference, any members of the public that would like that map with the locations of the manhole covers, lift stations that are all done, targeted, and risk zones, I can email City Clerk.
I have a note to get it from Lee to put on the website.
Oh, so it'll already be posted. Okay, perfect. All right, further discussion? I'll look for motion on consent agenda item number 7.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item number 7.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right, next item is consent agenda item number 8, which is staff to proceed with application for flood mitigation assistance grant to elevate homes. Leaf, you can take us through that.
This is grant time. And all these grants are kind of due at the same time, next Friday. So we've been pulling our hair out, and I don't have a lot of hair today.
You did a good job.
Yeah, to try to get these things in front of you folks so we could either get approval to go ahead with them or not. This particular grant is a flood mitigation assistance grant program. They have, this is a yearly program, but because of Hurricanes Ian and Nicole, there's a lot of money here to be had. And many municipalities along the eastern seaboard here have already started to work on this, and I just got into the game a little late. But I talked to some people about this particular grant, and it's an excellent way to help our residents or selected group of residents that really had a lot of flood damage in their homes, to be able to get them raised, or there's a second part of this program where they can demolish and rebuild. And it's a good way to do it. There's no cost to the city involved. However, what this particular agenda item is for is to allow me to go out and get a consultant. Now, there are some consultants that do this particular work, and I'll describe it in a minute, and they charge a fee for it. And I know we are very tight on money, I understand that. But there are other consultants that do it kind of like lawyers, no offense, Drew, where...
So $1,000 an hour.
No. I wasn't going in that direction. What they do is they do the work on spec. And if they're successful in getting the grants, they get paid at the back end from the grant itself. So there's absolutely no cost to the city with this. But we do have to have a contract with the consultant, whoever that may be, because we're technically the sponsor of the grant. So there are several ways you can go with this, and the nice part about the FME grants is that residents can get reimbursed for this work up to 100%. And it depends on the level of repetitive loss that they've experienced. And just to describe that to you, so you know what the terms mean, a repetitive loss property is a structure covered by flood insurance under the NFIP program, National Insurance Flood Insurance Program. And it's had 2 flood losses and claims in which the cost of the repair on the average was greater than or equal to 25% of the value of the structure at the time of each flood event. And at the time of the second incident of the flood-related damage, the contract for flood insurance contains increased cost of compliance, or ICC. Okay? So if it's a repetitive loss, they can get a reduction on the cost share portion of what their share is. Then there's a higher level called severe repetitive loss, or SRL. And if the structure that's covered by insurance under an NFIP carrier, if it has had 4 or more separate losses or claims, each exceeding $5,000, and with a cumulative amount of such claims that were paid exceeding $20,000, or has had 2 or more separate losses or claims within the cumulative amount of such claims exceeding the value of the insurance on the structure. So, if someone has a severe repetitive loss, and I will bet you there's a lot of people in this city that are, they can get their, if we can successfully get them grants, they can be reimbursed for the entire project at 100%. So that's really important. So I have asked FEMA for a list of repetitive loss data.
I have a lot of that. It might be out of date though.
I want to get the latest one.
It's confidential.
It's totally confidential. You know.
No, it's really, you don't let anyone have that.
No one will have it. I had to jump through a bunch of hoops to order it. Okay, but that data is also used for our CRS program, because we don't identify individual repetitive loss properties, but we do outline an area that includes the repetitive loss properties. So you just can't disclose each of the individual ones. So we keep that close to the vest. But in any case, there's tremendous value in that for this program. So you asked about the cost share. The cost share is the property owner. So if it's a 75-25 split, let's say, the average cost to raise an average home is about $330,000. Yeah.
Well, you might be getting a pretty nice house for that.
Very pricey. Or you can do a demolition reconstruction, which the approximate cost to rebuild that, say it's $300,000. Here's the difference. FEMA only matches 50% of it, and the homeowner has to pay the other 50%. So that's a lot more expensive for the particular homeowner. But in some cases, some houses, it may not be worth or feasible to raise. So
I guess you might gonna put the money out for people to raise a house that may not be worth spending $330,000.
That's exactly right. That is precisely why I want to hire this consultant.
Okay.
And when I say hire, I'm talking about the lawyer kind, not the ones that want the fee up front. And that's the way we would advertise it. And I personally have spoken to 2 companies that do that.
Commissioner Sherman first.
So you also, for the public record, I think we've had these conversations. You also let them know how long this process can approximately take, because this can take several years with FEMA, correct?
Actually,
or is this a different one of the programs that we've discussed?
Actually not. There are some timelines here, and let me run those through you. Now, we're going after Nicole, not Ian, because Nicole just, it seemed like most people flooded worse in Nicole than they did in Ian. Of course,
Well, it would also be more repetitive.
one added to the other. You know, Nicole would not have been as bad as it was had Ian been maybe a couple of months before it. But they were only, what, 3.5 weeks apart. So all the floodwater from Ian was still on the ground when Nicole hits. So in any case, the week of April 17th through the week of July 17th, and that's when the application period closes. So there's a lot to be done before that process happens. The DEM review period happens, and then December 13th, 12-month allocation lock-in applications are due to FEMA then. So, you know, I think FEMA will act on these fairly quickly, I believe, these FMAs. I've been keeping a list of folks that are interested in having their homes raised, and they've been calling me periodically, sending me emails. I have a list of 53 residents, separate residences that are interested in this program, 53. Now, we haven't been able to determine if they're repetitive loss or severe repetitive loss or what, but we will have that filtered out by the time this comes along. But there's no way that city staff can handle this because there's an enormous amount of paperwork that needs to be done. These folks come in and they do workshops for residents, let them know exactly what the program parameters are, the timelines. They hold their hands through the entire process, work with them individually, and at the end of the day, apply for the grant for them. And there's been a good amount of success this recent round, this cycle, anyway.
Mr. Stroud, I think, and Lee, just so we're clear on the compensation to the consultant, we mentioned you could pay like Kendi or Lauren. I think you're talking about a contingent fee. So there'd be a set percent of any grant that the consultant would get. So while I think what you said is correct, the city wouldn't, it would be a cost to the city. That would be, for example, if it was a 30% contingency, it was a $300,000 award, then that would leave the homeowner short $90,000, for example.
Yes, and it's the homeowner's responsibility to pay any cost share.
I understand. I just want to get clear that that's what,
yes.
That's what it amounts to. So there would be no cost to the city, but it would come out of the grant side to the.
That's exactly right. However, I just want to point out that residents, individuals cannot apply for these grants by themselves. It has to come through a municipality, and that's why the city has to control.
Okay, thank you.
All right, further discussion, Mayor?
And you said you've been speaking with 2 consultants.
Yes.
How quick would they be able to start?
Immediately.
Okay.
In fact, I asked the question, has the train left the station yet?
Okay.
And they said, no, this is an ideal time to start.
Okay.
Now, I didn't tell them we had 53 people. They were, one of the firms that I talked with is currently providing this service to City of St. Augustine. And I talked to their folks up there, the St. Augustine staff, and they said these folks have been doing a wonderful job for them. The residents are just pleased as punch.
Okay. Commissioner Stroud?
Do we know what the range of the contingent fee would be for the consultants?
The ones that, you mean the ones that put the funds up front, that get paid up front, or the ones that are contingent in the back?
Contingent.
Oh. I think, I'm not 100% sure, I think it's 5% of the grant.
So it's just that with others that I've experienced, it's been at 5 to 15, so it's not the same as lawyers who work in contingent fees. It's not as nice.
Commissioner Bell, you had a question?
Yeah, I got a question. I'm looking at items 8 and items 9. I know we shouldn't be doing that, but however, they both are speaking about the same thing, and I don't see where either one of these say that you're looking to get, hire somebody to, watch over these. Approved pursuing a grant is the one, and the other one says approved pursuing a grant.
Well, item 8 has the consultant, it mentions the consultant to specifically handle it.
It's two totally different programs.
Right.
One of them is the HMGP program, which I'll get it, I think that's the next.
That's next, right.
Right, we don't need a consultant for that one. This one that we're currently talking about is gonna require a consultant only because city staff can't handle it.
Okay.
It's an enormous amount of work.
And I think you're only
So
talking
are
about
they-
if we're awarded. You're not talking about the grant application itself.
No, the grant applications come at a later date, and each resident will have their own grant application. And that's all done outside of the street, outside the city.
Yeah, and Rick, it does say under budget impact on number 8, it talks about consultant.
Well, usually the agenda item is pretty specific what we're approving, and this one says.
Right. Well, that's why we pulled it.
Okay.
It was more murky.
So, how is one separate from the other? I mean, does a person apply for, I guess you'll get into it.
I can get into that. I can tell you right now if you want.
Well, as long as it applies to 8, is what you're
Oh,
covering.
Different than 9 is.
I'm sticking with 8, right?
Okay.
This particular grant program is a yearly annual program.
Okay.
Okay, they do it every year, and the timelines are all the same. The reason that this is the year to do it is because there have been so many homes that have been flooded. I saw a letter from the mayor, a wonderful letter that she wrote to the governor. And I had no idea we had 200 to 300 homes that flooded in this city. I mean, think about that. The worst of the worst of what we're talking about here. These are people that lost everything in their home. You know, I remember the day after Nicole driving around looking at the flood damage. And I remember Palm Springs, driving around through there. Like 80% of the homes had big piles of appliances and furniture and
I
stuff.
have a couple too, so I have first-hand knowledge.
Yeah, well, the city needs to do something to help these folks. It really does. And these are ways that we can help them. There's no guarantees, but these are ways that we can help them by using federal funding.
Okay.
Commissioner Sherman? Any further discussion? I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 8? Why?
David Trzynski.
Again, just please state your name and address on the mic.
Hi, David Trzynski.
Hi, David.
I just had a question. You said something about contingency. Was it 5% for these consultants? That they'll get on that? Okay.
Right. I'm not 100% sure of the 5%.
Okay.
But they get.
Well, somebody said 30. I was like freaking out already.
We won't know until the bids come back, right? Until everybody.
That's right, but the 30%, that lawyer, if you ever hire a lawyer who's working contingency fee, 30 is the standard within law, but for grants, it's much lower than that. So yeah, that's, as soon as Scott said, that's probably, but no, probably not gonna be that high.
Okay. And another, I did get a quote on lifting my house separately, and my house is only like with the attached garage is like 1,300 square feet, and it was 148,000. So,
Now, I might add that it obviously depends on a lot of factors. It depends on the footprint of the house.
Correct.
It depends on the ground itself. Depends on how high that it needs to be raised. You know, it's,
It might be closer to 200 now that
yeah.
that was only 4 feet. I needed like 6.
I had a couple of folks that actually sent me written quotes that we got, and they were in the 300 to 330 range.
Okay.
I can see that. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item? Come on, Daryl, please state your name and address.
Daryl Reynolds, 322 North 11th Street. I'm the 332, by the way.
Yeah.
That's my address. Well, my address is 322. But yeah, it's 332, and it does depend on how high. It depends on how much room between you and your neighbors. And if they gotta get under your house, you gotta dig out. So there's a variety of factors there. But I think New Smyrna Beach, the average cost is $300,000 per home. Is it all?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cool.
But anyway, my question is, why don't we send some people to New Smyrna Beach and talk to the engineer there, talk to the city manager there, and see what they did right? Because I called and I talked to, I think it was the assistant engineer, and he said it's a very tedious process. So yes, we need a consultant. I mean, we can't do this ourselves. And anytime something changes, the program changes. So if I decide to sell my house, that pulls me out. So it's got to be all done again. Everything's going to start over anytime something changes. And if I'm not mistaken, they started with 17 homes there. They ended up with 9. So you can only imagine over 5 years how many times that changed. The guy didn't say how many times, but he said it was like every year they had to go back in and consult the engineering group, is who it is, actually had to go back in and redo the bid. It took 5 years to get that. I think the average homeowner only spent $70,000, so they got 300 plus in order to elevate a home or tear it down. And trust me, I've looked at a lot of this, probably more than you have, Lee, actually, because I'm looking at it just trying to see what's available. Also, I think most of the homeowners, that draft letter that was sent out back in February, I talked to my insurance company today, and we need a final draft or a final letter that essentially states the substantial damage that was done. That gets you qualified for ICC. I mean, that gives you for increased cost of compliance. If we don't get that letter, then our insurance companies are not. I mean, that's an additional, it's not a lot of money, but still there's some money there if you get that letter. And I think understanding these timelines is very important. I heard what you said, but I know there's one that's May 31st that needs to be applied by. I think I'm right about that.
Yeah, May 31st.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're March 23rd right now. I don't understand the hesitation. I mean, if there is any hesitation, I think we need to get somebody to tomorrow. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darrell. Any other members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 8?
I would also like to say.
Frank, if you can, please state your name and address.
Christine Maxwell, 119 Avalon Avenue. I would just like to say, I heard about this from word of mouth. Like, there's not very much information for those of us that to find out about this. I found out from my neighbors. I wish there was something out there to let other people know.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public? Ma'am, if you're going to talk, you got to come up and speak in the mic. If you can, please state your name and address.
Marcia Talati, 2432 South Driver, and I'm still off torn apart. But 2-story house, I'm living upstairs. My husband has to stay somewhere else because he's older. So we've got a real problem. But this substantial damage letter, I do want that. Because, and I think we do need somebody to get us these letters because this is a mess. I mean, I was hit by Irma, Ian, and Nicole. We need to do this.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this? Come on, Rick. Can state your name and address?
Rick Vader, 332 North 11th. Not that it matters too much, but you were talking about the people of St. Augustine. I have a friend that's going through the rebuild process with them right now, and they've been great as far as helping them with the process and getting it going, and really, like you said, hand-holding them through the whole thing. So I just wanted to reiterate that because the people of the few people I've talked to in St. Augustine that have to go through this process really enjoyed that company. So I just wanted to say that, and thanks for doing it. So appreciate it.
Kim, please start with your name and address.
Hi, I'm Donna Sukas, 1215 South Flagler Avenue. Thank you for holding this meeting and exploring options for those of us that have been flooded. I'm still not in my home either. There's not a lot to think about. Seems like it's being continued. And this sounds like a great program. It sounds like we put a lot of effort and work into it. And I think we should move forward with it as a city since we do have so many people affected. What can I ask is your timeline? Like if everything starts tomorrow or whatnot, and we move through this, like when your house would actually be lifted, like, or is it 2 years, 5 years, months? Do you have any idea?
You can answer that if you know. I think it varies by house, doesn't it?
There
House,
are
if they're
a lot of
approved.
variables.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make life decisions,
I know, I know. And I can believe me, I've been trying to get this in front of the commissioners for a while. It's just getting really, really tough. But thankfully, it's here, and there is an opportunity, frankly, with the firm that's up in St. Augustine to actually piggyback them onto St. Augustine's contract. They said they could start immediately.
Is this one of those companies that
Yes.
is done
Yes.
group style?
Yes.
I don't work like that.
I called Scott. Okay.
Okay. All right, was that the only question you have?
I guess the other question is, most of our homes are on a slab, and I've been hearing differing opinions of whether it can be done if you're on a slab.
Yes.
There's no, well, it can, but there's no way to really know until the house gets.
Yeah. What has to happen is eventually, you're gonna have to get 3 contractors to give you estimates. They will tell you if it can be done or not. Some are more complicated, they're a little more expensive. It just depends, but I think they can do anything, to be honest with you.
Okay. Do you have names of contractors? Because I've unsuccessfully tried to find people that can even give me a quote on raising our house.
There are a lot coming out of the woodwork that do this kind of stuff.
If that's something that can be compiled, I'm sure myself and others would appreciate that information.
What will happen, if we can go ahead with this company, they will set up a workshop for all the interested folks. They will give you information on contractors. They compile a list of contractors that they do this in the area.
Okay. Well, my vote is move forward with it. If my vote counts. Thank you again for all your research into this, and I look forward to some kind of solution.
Thank you.
Make one comment. Yes.
If you can do it quick.
It's quick, it's very quick. The contractors in Green Cove Springs, that estimate I sent you's got his name on it. I can't remember if it's TNT or something. But as he said, though, they're gonna come in and they'll take a look at it, and it's gonna depend on who's your neighbor. I mean, cause you gotta throw dirt someplace. And TNT. And I think it's his brother, actually out of Louis. There's a YouTube video, it's amazing if you look up there. I can't think of the name, it isn't TNT, it's something else. But if you go on YouTube and look up house lifting, and I think it says like the 10-step process, and you'll be amazed what they can do. But those are the people coming across the border digging in the yard. That's a job, that's a big job. They're doing it with shovels. So.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? Alright, seeing no one will close public comment. So there was multiple comments, Lee, about this substantial damage letter. Is that a letter that the city writes?
There are only 2 people in the city that can write one. One is chief building official, and the other one is the stormwater manager.
And how does the public go about getting that letter?
Well,
Or is that something that doesn't even begin until this company's hired?
No,
That's separate from this program. That's something that's going on now, regardless of what happens.
Okay. So how would they get that?
to be substantially damaged, you have to show that the damages to your home are greater than 50% of its appraised value. Just the house, not the land, just the house. If you can show that by, estimates or whatever, or if you've even spent the money on doing that, and then we can write a substantial letter of damages.
And I just consulted with building official, and he said if anybody needs that letter, the right office to contact is his office, and they'll work with.
Okay, so members of the public would need to make an appointment with the chief building official, and then that would start the process, correct? Okay, and then that process can be started as soon as possible.
There's nothing delaying right now. They need to reach out as soon as they can make that contact.
I just wanted to make sure we got that question answered and cleared up.
And I would suggest that the homeowners who want that letter get their documents in order.
Yeah.
Because you'll have to show Rick that the damages are more than 50%.
Okay, city manager, did you have any comments on that?
No, Lee is 100% right. We have to have the documentation that exceeds 50% in order for us to do that letter.
Yeah, okay. So that's good information. That answers that question. And I believe I closed public comment, right? Okay. All right, further discussion on this item. All right, I'll look for motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve for the city to apply for a flood mitigation assistance program.
Consent agenda item number 8.
Consent agenda number 8.
All right, in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimous. Item 9.
Just a second. Thanks.
So that is, item 9 is approve staff to submit application for hazard mitigation grant program. And Commissioner Mealy, would you like to start or would you like me to start?
I called it. I don't know, you want to describe it and then I'll ask my question.
So Lee, if you could start us off.
Okay. And this gets back to Commissioner Bellhumer's question. The HMGP program is somewhat different from the FMA. In order to be granted an HMGP grant, one has to put together a document that describes the project, gives the estimated cost. It also has to be scored through a series of questions that the Local Mitigation Strategy Committee, the LMS, you've all heard of that, approves. And so what I did is I put this project together and presented it to the LMS committee last Thursday, and they approved it for $10 million, although the county only has $2.4 million to play with. So it is what it is. But the way they score it is based on different criteria, whether, for example, does it affect safety? Does it affect the environment, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to kind of show how each of those different criteria are met by the project itself. So you have to do a sell job in front of the committee. And the committee is represented by all the municipalities, plus the county, in Flagler County, that is. Okay. So it's got 25 people at any given time. And they approved it, and it scored number 3 out of 32. So it passed with that. So in order, to make a long story short, in order to apply for an HMGP grant now, it goes through the FEMA portal, the DEP portal at the state, and I have to get a letter of endorsement from the county before I can proceed with it. But I needed, obviously, to get your approval to go ahead with that. So it's a shock. You know, I'm trying to use every avenue I can to help folks with raising homes. So the reason it's 10 million is because I put down something like 30 homes, or I forget how many. But I was trying to get it all in one bundle. We won't get it, right? We might get something. It's just another shock.
Okay, so we're talking about the same homes, the same 53 homes potentially that.
Well, we have 53 already that, you know, and that at 300,000 a pop, they can't get too many done. So what we have to do is prioritize. And if we have several opportunities of getting money, you know, that gives us a better chance of helping more people.
Okay.
Because not everybody is going to be successful with this.
But we're not talking a different group of people, we're talking about the same people we talked about in number 8.
Well, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be prioritizing based on several factors, based on severe repetitive loss, the amount of damage that was done, where the house is located. I mean, if it's in one of those really, really bad areas, you know, that would have higher priority than a house that's, say, a little higher than that. I mean, you hate to say it, you had 4 feet of water in your house, he only had 3 feet of water in his house. You know, you don't want to do that. But you have to kind of prioritize it somehow. So,
Okay. This 10 million is for Flagler Beach only?
I'm sorry?
The 10 million, is it countywide or is it just for Flagler Beach?
No, that is what I'm asking for Flagler Beach.
Okay, but I
Yes.
just need clarification.
Yeah.
But that's also what he's saying, he doesn't good if we won't get to.
Well, they only have 2 point whatever he said, but on this piece of paper, it
Yeah.
says 10 million.
For this particular grant program, what they did is the state divvied it up between the counties that were affected by the storms. And Flagler only got 2.4 million of something like 50 million.
Yeah, well, when you're dealing with Miami-Dade and, you know, much
Exactly.
larger counties.
Well, plus the ones on the West Coast.
Right, which has much worse damage than
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah.
So my other question was, you wrote the match can come from the city, the homeowner, or a combination thereof.
Yes.
And then the budgetary impact would depend on that. So is this something we sit and we negotiate with people, or?
Well, these kinds of grants, these HMGP grants, this is another way that it differs from the FMA grants, Commissioner Bellhue, is that these do have a cost share. It's 75-25%, just like all the other HMGP grants. That 25% share, if it should come, it technically is the city, but it should also be the homeowner.
So you could do 12 and a half, 12 and a half?
That's the way some cities are doing it. Yeah, 12 and a half.
But it's a negotiation that we would.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sherman.
So Drew, would you help us draw up a contract if something like that came up with it?
Absolutely, and you know, it could either be a negotiation on a case by case, or probably what you might lean towards is determining how you want to do that split, applying across the board to everybody who might have paid the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bellman.
Yeah, I did a record search on hazard mitigation on our website and came up with resolution 2011-45. The city will set aside funding and develop a hazard mitigation program that provides for the acquisition of properties that have experienced repetitive losses due to flooding. How much money we got in that pot? So apparently that went nowhere. So either we have that pot of money, or if we don't, how do you rescind something that's in a resolution?
Adopt a resolution.
What?
Adopt a resolution.
Adopt a resolution.
Okay, to change the resolution.
To rescind a resolution, you adopt a resolution, correct, yes.
I mean, if it's in a resolution and we're not doing it, then maybe we should do that. Just my 2 cents on that.
Well, let's concentrate on this one.
All right.
I couldn't help but stumble across it.
Further discussion? Do you have any? So the only concern I have about this obviously is the financial burden of the city. It's a slippery slope for us to be paying 25% of the private residents. If you do that times 53 on the average price, that's $4.4 million. And this city's not in a position to do that.
I know, it's a bit of a challenge.
Right. And so I'm assuming that if you apply for this goes further down the road, then we as a body can worry about if we would cover a match at all and how much at that point, much further down the road. This is just to get the ball rolling.
This is just to get the ball rolling, and these HOGP grants sometimes take 18 months until you hear anything.
I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Right. So the point I was making was that this would not be obviously in this year's budget. It might not even be in next year's budget if we went ahead and did it.
This is just a starting point.
Yeah, exactly. Got to start somewhere.
Further discussion. We'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 9? Darryl?
Yeah, I've read a lot about this, and I think that's hazy, that 25%. There's been several, I can't remember, there in North Carolina, and that's what weeded out a lot of people, is because they couldn't come up with 25%. So I don't know that the city's on the hook for that 25% from what I read. Yeah, I think it's, like you said, it's somewhat negotiable, and I think if the city doesn't have $4 million, we're gonna get from it, you know, so. But if you just Google that, you're gonna find all kind of information. I mean, a lot of it is North Carolina, there's a lot of Florida, a lot of Louisiana, just think about what water is. So I'd say you pursue that grant too, because that's a pretty substantial grant, and I don't know if they quit giving money for that yet either, have they? And they determined that that's all the money that's going out.
Well, like I said, they divvied it up for the counties.
Yeah, but let's get what we can get our hands on. I mean, let's not turn away anything. And I'm going to have to go back to the letter too. From what I understand is if your home doesn't meet current code as far as elevation, you also can get that letter. Is that not correct, Rick?
That is correct.
Yeah.
In fact, if you do get the letter, that means you have to bring your house up to code.
Yes, and I think that's what we're all wanting to do, is bring it up.
Yeah.
Because we can't keep doing this.
Right.
So I think, I don't see what the holdup with the letter is. I mean, their houses, if they're, I don't know, what's elevation back in the 70s? What is it?
What, the 70s?
In the 70s. That's when my house was built. Close.
Didn't even have an LDR then, I don't think.
And I'm not sure that anybody had established base flood elevations.
They didn't even have a tape measure back then.
No, sir.
But anyway, now what is it currently?
Right now?
Yes.
6 feet, right?
We have to build at BFE plus 1 foot base flood elevation.
Yeah.
And where are you, LDRs?
I'm not there. I know I'm not there.
Now, you have to get the elevations from the front of the house.
Yeah.
The FEMA insurance rate plans.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this, that 95% of Flagler Beach is either elevation 3 or elevation 4 as a base flood elevation. Okay. Now, the rewrite of the land development code, we're suggesting we go to base flood elevation plus 2. However, our code also says that we abide by the Florida Building Code, and Florida Building Code, which is what the state has adopted, it says BFE plus 1. So if we go to BFE plus 2, we could be setting a precedent that the other people that I've spoken to at the county would actually relish.
I think that already got locked in back under,
Sorry.
I think we locked that in. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what else, Jeff?
Well, no, I'm just saying, I think the letter's got more to it though, but I mean, get it to your insurance company. I mean, there's a $30,000 increased cost of compliance that is available if we get that letter.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. And then for that, y'all can work with the chief building official on too. We good? Any other for public comment? And please state your name and address.
Daryl Prather, 120 Avalon Avenue, and I'm going to go with my other brother Daryl with that. Just the thought, Lee, that and everyone that I'm a fairly new homeowner here, just a couple of years, so I don't have the data for going to you to say, hey, give me the letter. So while I understand the data that you have is very close and you don't want to do that, speaking with an individual homeowner, is that a possibility? Because I don't have the information.
You mean repetitive loss?
Right, for repetitive loss letter.
But you're on Avalon, so your elevation is probably going to be low, which chief building official will be able to.
We can vouch for that.
Right. So the chief, working with making an appointment with the chief building official, will get that, which.
Yeah, it's just I heard, get your records together, and it's like, you got that. Because I wasn't here when the big storm happened. So, and the previous homeowners, I attempted to get it, and they're like, no, those are our records, you can't have it.
Well, it can be full through permitting too, all permitting process, and that's something that the chief building official can.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay.
We do have history that goes back. I can't say that your house has it, but.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there were a lot of people who didn't bother to get a permit. Now we have no records.
Right. I had a minor pull, because when we were buying the house, it was they got it and rebuilt it. But when I called your office, it was, oh no, it was just a minor modification. So, no, it wasn't. But in any event, so I don't know. What I was looking for was a possibility that I understand. I don't want to know about anybody else's data that FEMA gave you, but for my house, I'm wondering if there's a possibility to have them, and that's what I use.
Well, the answer is yes, and you would need to make an appointment with the chief building official. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
If your house flooded,
thank you.
You're below 6 feet, which means in that case you can get the letter also.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you flooded, you can get the letter whether you have a history written down somewhere or not.
Got it. Thank you.
Donna Snyder, 2412. Relating to the previous comment, there is a site that has been many years, but there's a site you can go to, you might be able to find it online, that will give you every insurance claim on the address. So if you can get that information online, you might have some success.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Denise Calder-Burdell, Palm Coast, Florida. Just to let you know, it's not necessarily related to this grant, specifically hazard mitigation, but it could assist your residents who might not know, but Flagler County is eligible for United Florida grants, which it was advertised mostly that $75 million was available only for South Florida, but because Flagler County did register as a disaster county, we were approved by FEMA, and it can be used to use as match grants. And so the website is enrecovery.fl.gov. And what happens is an inspector from United Florida will come out and talk to the homeowner and see what kind of minor damages, and that can go up to $150,000. It was part of Rebuild Florida, which was started 3 years ago to help homeowners, and those same homeowners are still struggling, and then the next hurricane happened, so they created it locally. So that's just a tool. I don't know if you all have been informed of that. It's kind of hidden out there, and that money's gone to social service agencies to provide mental health support, physical housing repairs. Okay?
Thank you, Denise. Any other members of the public? Rick, come on. Can't state your
On
name.
YouTube.
Rick Bader, 332 North 11th. Just to reiterate, if we got that grant, I think a lot of people here would probably take into consideration that they get a 75% discount to rebuild their house or do something, you know what I mean? So obviously if the city can't cover it, I just wanted to reiterate that I think a lot of residents would still take advantage of it, right? That was one thing. Two, you said that if you get the letter, you have to be brought to code. Can you reiterate like what that means? Like if you get this letter, you have to be brought to code. Okay, well what if the grants don't come in? Did you have to do something that at your own cost?
That is a good question.
Because I think that's an important insurance question, because I think if you get that letter and you submit it to your, this is just me thinking, I don't know anything. You get that letter and you submit it to your insurance company and FEMA says, too bad, so sad, we're not gonna raise your house, you could have insurance problems. So before everybody rushes to his office and gets this letter, I just wanted to bring that up.
So that could be something that you could look at and get back with us.
I will.
Next week, okay?
I will.
This week's a public hearings. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda? Alright, see now, close public comment, Commissioner Sherman.
So Drew, another question for you. If we do have some sort of, we get this and residents do apply for this grant and they don't get approved as it was mentioned, can we get some sort of statement that they sign that the city's not on the hook for any of this, or just to make sure that we're not held liable for any of this?
You mean if we get, but 2 stages of this grant, Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, right now we're applying basically to be in the program. Once we're in the program, we apply for grants on a case-by-case basis, right?
Yeah.
You actually submit the information on this grant. We would actually have to submit each property for consideration for the grant.
Yes.
And so that would be worked out before that property is submitted.
What if we send those if we give those
No, see, that's the problem when we start going beyond what's on the agenda, we start confusing issues. That's separate, the letter question is separate from the grant question.
Okay.
Further discussion? All right, look for motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda item 9.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Our motion none. Consent agenda item number 9 passes unanimously. Well, that was difficult. All right. And Commissioner Mealy, you pull 10, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, Rick. I
You don't have to be sorry.
I just wanted for clarification, I got my answer, but, this is for a phase 4 of Slipline. Last year we budgeted for phase 3, which we didn't get to do. So that money is still available, and this is $250,000 if we get this grant from St. John's. This $250,000 is on top of whatever was already budgeted for phase 3. I'm correct on that?
Correct, yes. The reason phase 3 is held up is because, I think you already know this, the contractor reneged and tried to get out of his, it still amazes me that a contractor in today's world thinks that a signed contract doesn't mean anything. Because it was what, 3 weeks later, he said to us, oh, we don't want to do the project. So he thinks he's going to walk away from it, with no consequences.
It's a different world.
Anyway,
where was I?
Oh. I don't know if you recall this or not, but when we were doing phase 3 of the slip line, phase 2 rather, I beg your pardon, of the slip line, it was being done by the engineering firm we were using. Was the same engineering firm who did the Ocean Marina rebuild for that lift station up there. And they were doing this, they were writing the grant for phase 3 at the same time, or phase 4, rather, I'm sorry, I'm getting them confused. So bear with me. We subsequently fired Alliant because they did not perform. So they left us hanging in the lurch, okay, with this phase 4, right? And, you know, we've been successful 3 successive years in getting this grant, and we still have a lot of slip lining that needs to be done, especially laterals. And we were running out of time to get this thing submitted to St. John's. So I just punted, and I asked the meet and hunt, David King, who had been working with us on lots of other projects, if he could finish this grant submittal for us. And he just took the reins and ran with it and got us in under the limit. That's probably my fault, but I did not get the approval from the city manager on the fee. There was just so much going on, and it just slipped my mind. I mean, it just fell through the cracks. We actually thought this $7,100 fee was being paid in another fund. And our crack financial team just straightened me out. And they said, no, we don't have that. So, in any case, to make a long story short, the reason this is here is not because, I mean, it's below the limit, so the city manager could sign off on this. I just wanted to make you aware of this situation. That's all. I mean, we have the funding for it. We have that straightened out now. But I just wanted to.
Yeah, I like that line changed from the last version. I like this version better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the funding is there, it's in the budget.
The funding is taken care of. Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Rhonda, you still have that, a budget amendment was done on this? Okay.
Further discussion? The concern I have about this is, since Alliant Engineering did not do the job, what happened to the money?
What happened to the money? Well, we paid the fee up to the point that they were let go.
Okay, so we're not paying twice.
No.
Okay. That was the concern, because if we hired them to do this job and then we got rid of them, you know, and then we had another company do the same thing, and we paying twice.
Well, they kind of picked up where Alliant left off and sort of carried the ball.
But we're not paying twice for it.
No, we're not paying twice for it.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open this up to the public. Any members? Any members of the public wish to speak about consent agenda item number 10? All right, so you know we'll close public comment. For discussion or motion?
Motion to approve item 10 on the consent agenda.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 11. Approve scope of services from CPH in an amount not to exceed $24,894 for the non-beneficial surface water discharge elimination plan for wastewater treatment plant. And Lee, if you could explain this one. Hi, Ben.
Ben for CPH.
Lee, are you deferring to Ben? Or are you deferring to Ben for discussion?
Oh, this is not my item.
Is that your item?
No.
This is Ben's item, huh?
Okay, I'll take it. Bring it on.
Huh? Not me.
Okay.
Summary.
And lead to the summary for the agenda item. So this was the surface discharge elimination plan that was required by DEP. I did actually present this on October 14th of 2021. So the state of Florida under state, Senate Bill 64 states that we have to get out of the intercoastal waterway by January 1st of 2032, which is part of our program for the wastewater treatment plant fix. So we were required to submit this document, which we generated, to DEP by November 1st of 2021. So I submitted the scope of services for that work to the previous city manager on July the 30th of 2021, 3 months before we had it done. Got the work done about 2 weeks prior to, got it to the city manager and staff, they reviewed it, gave me 2 comments, fixed those comments, had the city manager sign it on October the 25th of 2021, made that change, gave him the document, he submitted, or staff submitted it to DEP. I called DEP on November 1st of 2021 and asked, was it submitted? Is it in your portal? Are we timely? They responded yes, and I said, okay, good, we're done with this. He never submitted this to you for approval, and that was 17 months ago I completed the work. That's why I'm here today.
Well, you want to get paid.
Well, sorry about your luck.
We are using this document as part of the thing Lee and I are working on to get money for the wastewater plant and other things that we're getting. So it is sort of the first document in a series of things we need to do. And Edgar is using this up in Tallahassee to also get us monies to help us pay for the wastewater plant and the reuse system, or the rapid infiltration basin system that we're gonna have to implement sometime in the next 8.5 years to get out of the intercoastal. So it was the starting document to do that. We are utilizing this document with something I'll be bringing to you in about a month to get a master reuse plan so that Edgar can get us some more money to start moving out of the intercoastal. So that's what this was, the first document in a series to try to get us some free money.
So all the documentation was in just where it needed to go, because we didn't pay you.
Okay, let's go with that, yes.
Just for everyone's benefit, how much this scope of services, how much money has the city received based on that report so far?
Right now, we've received 0, but we have 3 grants in, and I believe Edgar's working on one that we're working on now. Hopefully that's gonna be $4.5 million.
It's a good return.
I would think so. And if that grant comes through that Lee and I are working on, that is a 0 match from the city. That's all free money. It's 100% grant. We're also using this on one that we submitted to St. John's about a month and a half ago. We asked for a little over $1 million on that one. So again, those 2 cumulatively right now are almost $6 million. There are other grants that we're going to be using this and the next document for, and those will also go to the St. John's River Water Management District to get money that once the plant's going, we can now create reclaimed water. We gotta have a program to move it out of the plant and to wherever we're gonna put it. That's costly, but there's a lot of grants out there. And again, I'm sure Edgar has said this to all of you before. You can't get free money unless you have a written plan. They don't even talk to you. So the written plans are critical. This is the first one. There's another one that we need to develop. And with that and Edgar and I working together with staff, there's a lot of money we can get, and we've got to get that because this is a very costly endeavor. And we're starting again, as I told you before, from square one or 0. We have nothing there today. So I'm trying to hunt for free money with Lee and Edgar and anybody else that help us get us free money to help pay for a lot of this stuff.
Questions for Ben?
I guess we'll pay.
I remember specifically you making sure we knew you had a deadline on getting this put together. So thank you for doing that. It's, I guess, it's about time you got paid. You got any interest on it?
No.
Good.
Here's the problem. It's not even about getting paid. We didn't even approve it. It was never even brought to us. So the question I have is, what else is out there that has not been brought to us that is gonna rear its head later?
If I get this, I'm good.
Everything's current, you checked?
If I get this, doesn't matter what the others are. I'm good.
Okay.
There's a lot of work I've done with the task force that was put together and some other things. I'm not worried about that. I'm good working with you on that part of it. All I need is this, and I'm good.
I think the discussion was brought to you. You were aware it was going on. It was just never put on the agenda in the proper format to award the scope.
Correct.
It's not that he went and did work that we.
Exactly.
Yeah, this was the long meeting that we had where I think Ben talked for a couple hours.
Yes. And everybody's getting tired, which was my goal.
All of it.
I want to see him and Edward in the same room. Who talks more?
Oh, I'm winning that one.
I don't know.
All right, any other questions for Ben while he's up? All right, thank you, Ben, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion before I open this up public comment? All right, any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 11? All right, seeing no one close public comment, further discussion or motion?
Motion to approve item 11 on the consent agenda.
Second motion.
All right, we have a first, second, and a third. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Next one, we have agreement between Larry Torino and the city for planner services. And Drew, that one is yours.
This is the one that I mentioned at our last meeting. This is the simple one-page agreement between the city and Larry for him to continue on working as directed by city manager on projects. Which has been reviewed by Larry, and this is what we have.
All right, discussion, Dan.
Yeah, I like this as a contract. I was wondering if we could have, and I don't know if this is the correct word, an appendix that might list the now projects that Larry has agreed to continue working on. You know, the hotels, car wash, the dentist office, the tire store.
Sure, I mean, that's fairly easy. I don't know that we even need it for the agreement. We can certainly just for record, so we know what he's working on. I can ask Larry to submit to us just, so Mr. Abels knows what Larry is currently tasked with, so Mr. Abels is in the loop on what Larry's working on, because that's the point of this, is he works on what the city manager tells him to work on.
Right.
I think it's a great idea, yes, we can do that. I'm just looking for an email from Larry, that's what you can do.
That was my question.
Okay. So Drew, if we approve this, would this be as amended kind of thing, or?
No, I think, I don't think we have to amend to accomplish what Commissioner Mueller was talking about. So if you're good with the language in it, then I think we're good.
Okay, further discussion?
And I was just double checking on the rate to make sure I had the rate right, and I did. That's essentially what that's essentially his hourly rate right now. And I probably should, wait till after Larry signed it, but that's a very good rate for a contract. So you're getting, we all know Larry, and you all know you're getting, you work it.
Okay. I thought it would be more.
All right. No further discussion, we'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 12? See no one close public comment. Further discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 13. 12, sorry. Page 1, 2, 3.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Next item, approve sunsetting of the Economic Development Task Force. Commissioner Mealy, I think you pulled that.
Yeah, I understand the reasoning behind this, but it bothers me. I still think there has to be a way of having an economic development task force that will find some goals that they can complete. If it's not the group that sits on it now, then maybe we need to reformat it. I've said this before, when we first created the Economic Development Task Force, it was very specific as to who could sit on it. And I don't remember all of it, but it was somebody representing the business in the CRA, somebody from the business outside the CRA, private resident who lives in the CRA, and on and on. And then at some point, it was agreed to change that, and it kind of lost its form. For a while, the task force was looking to the city commission for goals, or what they should be working on, and that is not the intent of this. The people who sit on the task force, they should come up with the goals. And I'm not trying to be critical of the people that sit on the task force, but it's just not going where it should be going. I would hate to sunset it altogether until we have a permanent city manager who maybe has some magic talent that could either pull this group together, the existing group, or find a way to create another group of people. I don't have the magic answer, but I really would hate to see this go away.
Discussion. Commissioner Bell.
Well, I sit on that group and we come up with some innovative ideas. And the problem is you gotta wait a month to talk to anybody about, things that we talked about at our last meeting. I've already went out and done the legwork on and got answers to, but I can't talk to anybody.
Right.
So, that makes it difficult to get anything really done. Kind of thing we're looking at right now is having different events that will tie the businesses together in cooperation to get some traffic around, similar to what where you live, right? New Smyrna. New Smyrna has these events all year long, and we think about doing something like that, or having a music festival, or some other different things. There's other ideas as well, but it's the group that's there now is just frustrated we can't keep rolling at the pace we'd really like to be moving.
Sort of like the commission.
Well, we need to. And I don't know. We can't pass. We can pass information back to staff, I guess, but then it takes staff time to do that. I don't know. That's just where the thought process went. That if we met, if we disbanded, then we could meet once a week if necessary.
I can take a crack at consensus building. I think if you look at the minutes from their last meeting, it's at number 4.
Yes.
I think that's a fair point, and I think it actually ties in with what you're saying, Commissioner Mealy, with when the new city manager comes in, they will have some time, to not having to be a sunshine board, and they can just talk without having to go through this. And maybe then that would actually line up with, I think, what you're saying is new city manager, and they say, okay, we have new ideas because we haven't been under the sunshine for a little while. As soon as they sunset, the sunshine laws up on too. I think that's a fair point.
I'll give, just as somebody who sat on EDTF for many years, I'll give you some background and history for those that are not involved in it. So EDTF would work multiple issues. They would bring all of those ideas and everything that they worked on for a long time to commission, and then they would get told no. It was literally almost 100% of the time, if not 100% of the time. As long as I sat on it as a citizen and as an elected official. So then EDTF said, all right, well, clearly we're not doing the will of the commission if everything we bring forward is getting shot down. Let's have a workshop. So years ago, we had a workshop. The commission gave EDTF items to work on. EDTF worked on, and then when they brought those items forward, then commission declined those, and it was commission's own ideas. And it was very, very frustrating for the folks that sat on it, because they're putting all this time in and all this homework and hours and hours. and to just get told no 100% of the time. And so there was a loss of interest and things started to fizzle. I don't have the answer. I don't to what caused that, what the solution was. I don't have any of those answers. That's just how it went down. And that's where a lot of the members lost interest. We also had an issue of we have a very large business group in town that flat refuses to participate in Economic Development Task Force, and that's FP3. I personally, and many of the other members have asked and asked and asked for minimum of, heck, as long as FP3's existed, for members of FP3 to participate in the Economic Development Task Force, because they're both the same groups, they just have different names. And they categorically won't do it. Don't know why. They just won't do it. So that added frustration. And so a lot of the members are kind of saying, why are we doing this if this giant business group, FP3, doesn't want to participate in any way, shape, or form of local government trying to come up with economic development initiatives. And then we're not getting anywhere with our own governing body where we're not able to get anything passed. And then it just came to screeching halt. I like the idea of waiting to sunset it. So possibly a permanent city manager is in place, but I don't know to have these folks working on it until.
No, I didn't mean to reply that. I just didn't want to sunset it.
Right. And then to city Rick's point.
It's really Rick's point. I was just trying to say.
To Rick's point, the hurdle of sunshine is a big one with that group, because if you're working on a project and everybody gets taxed, they all need to be able to communicate. But if none of them are allowed to communicate except in a meeting where minutes are being kept in the sunshine, then that really, really slows things down.
So if we were to not sunset, what, do we all resign and
No, you would
act on our own?
If you resigned, you could then go act on your own. But
Right.
if you were not to sunset, you just wouldn't have any tasks. And I think that's the point that Rick and the board are making that I wanted to make sure was being heard, is if you have an EDTF with no tasks, they can't talk to amongst themselves about economic development. They're not, because of sunshine law. So instead of doing that while you guys are doing the hard work of finding who that permanent city manager is going to be, they could be up talking to one another and coming up with ideas. So you may get more done by sunsetting than you do by not sunsetting. That's the point that I was trying to make sure that Rick was making, that was getting heard.
And then we could recreate it again.
Exactly. And you might have some input from them at that point because they've been able to talk to each other about it and how it might work better.
And then in the notes, in the minutes, you can see their biggest concern was if they sunset, would they still have a place to meet? So we could address that as well. That they could still meet in the city or the WIC line or somewhere.
Well, Janelle was speaking of being able to get a spot over the WIC line and reserve it for every Wednesday.
We have our meeting room back, by the way.
Well, they'll be able to get a spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Centennial Committee meets here, not every week.
Well, we might not meet every week, but if we had to, we could.
To me, as I'm hearing, I haven't been a part of the Economic Development Task Force, but just as I'm hearing the conversation, Drew's input, I mean, you have a history going back to 2016 that this frustration has been carried forth, that the sunshine law has, prevented some creativity, is what it sounds like, productivity for sure. So the idea of sunsetting, those interested members operate on their own, be as creative as they can, and then after the new permanent city manager comes, we form. I mean, to me, it seems to make logical sense to do that.
And part of the problem with why the commission often said no was that we never budgeted any money. So projects cost money, and there was never a willingness to put money in the budget, so we're going to have to read them that way. So, okay. I'm not happy.
Well, let's, so, suggestions. Let's come to the consensus. What are we?
I'll go along with it.
You're going along with it?
I'll go along with it.
We'll go along with.
I'll tell you who was happy with the staff.
What's that?
Staff was happy.
Oh, I'm sure.
So the proposal is to sunset, even though Jake's not. All right. Any further discussion? We'll open this up public comment. All right, open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 13?
Good evening. Jackie Rector. I am the current co-chair of the Economic Development Task Force. And the reason we came to the decision to sunset this temporarily is because the last meeting, we really are onto something. And I won't go into a lot of detail, but it will involve the FP3, and we have made contact with a significant key player that has been instrumental in success in New Smyrna Beach. So we're not having to reinvent the wheel. We've got some things that will bring in some revenue immediately, so we will have some money to work with. So our thought was, we've got some things going, and if we wait another month to get together, it's just not gonna happen. So if we can meet every week, we got some things that are rolling, and then when we see the progress, then by that time we'll have our new commissioner, and then we plan to revisit, see where we are, what progress we've made, and then we will revisit it and loop in the city manager. Then we'll make the decision whether we want to continue to be independent or not. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Further discussion.
I'll make a motion that we approve sunsetting the Economic Development Task Force.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah,
Jane says aye, but not happy.
I'll make a motion that we take a break.
You want to take a break? All right, let's see what we got. Let's do quarter up. Is that good? All right, we're adjourned.
I have a couple of questions to ask you real quick. I got you. I was not annoyed with you at all when you asked. No, I was annoyed that it's gotten so far out. We were starting to spread confusion. That's why I was speaking firmly to shut it down, not because I was annoyed with you. No, completely understood. We all have this information. We were starting to make things more. Yeah, I just my tone was, let's stop this before we make people freak out, because I was starting to feel it. Yeah.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
She told me this morning, she was like so passionate. She went to serve constantly yesterday.
No, she's a teenager. Well, Dennis is out really.
Okay, I was just gonna tell you, we have
But that's always, when there's been a renovation, it's not going to trigger new code. And so my thought was, unless you trigger new code, it's still 1970 code. You know, whenever we're ready to find out the extent of the building inspector. I know it's being around. I couldn't read out where it says, no, you apply the code, unless you trigger that code, you still apply the maybe they did trigger it, that's the problem. Now I see. So that's the part that was left out. Once that roof came off.
Are you seeing that? So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, apparently everyone thinks that we provide snacks to everyone at the meeting. Would you like some crackers? Because there's like no snacks. No, I guess apparently everyone in the audience thinks they get some
Have
crackers.
you seen that your alleyway question has come to a close, the trailer park? Penny verified when I thought the situation was all those alleyways. So they she said to Karen, I didn't know if
I'd spoken to someone. I thought that was you.
You talked to me, and I said, I think this is what happened, and Penny found documents and verified that she's on the property.
So when that particular brought this trailer
Yeah, if you want, what I'll do is I'll find that email with Penny, and I'll send it to you. That way you have it. And actually say, look, here it is. Which is what because it was almost, once I looked at the documents, I could see the pizza word with news left over, and only the pizza was given to you, and it said abandoned or vacated easement. And I think you should address what vacated meant in that context. I didn't see that these are vacated. So I'll send that email to you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Right. I didn't even see a note yet. I didn't even notice yet.
Last week,
You're doing what we said we would. Our property manager, we have
Doing good. Good, how are you?
Good. It's been a while. I know you don't have
Sorry,
this
eating
break
dinner.
now.
Why not?
Yep.
I just counted the hours.
Have you been on Robert's Road?
I drive around.
So it's something okay. And do you go north or south?
Oh, I go towards right.
There's a lot. Yeah. So what do you think so far? We do better colors.
I like the color turquoise is my favorite. So
Because Walking Beach now, we're going to be protected from getting
got a question. Somebody asked me the other day, I was in a conference room and I started to get the babies. And I was like, know your role. Did you receive any FHA funding for those? I said zero, and they're like, no, they got tiny, they're in Section 8, very back building. Yes. And I said that. And they're like, no, they took FHA funding. I'm almost guaranteed. I was like, he's guaranteed it. I don't know.
I would love to. Interest rates are changing.
You guys help long as they start helping you. Right.
County can improve our
Oh, wow. Okay, and then you guys are still doing the trolleys to get the beach to the beach? Trolley sounds good. And then you guys are you out in Atlanta too?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so you guys are in the Aaron building, right? Are you in the Aaron building? Okay, I thought that was your address. Right, the corner of Shakespeare Ferry and Street.
But yeah, like
Where? Oh, okay, so over there by
yes.
Yeah. I used to live at the corner of Wayuka.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
On the other side.
oh yeah, I was always the other side. Okay.
The only Chipotle.
Okay, yes, right. So I went to college in Atlanta, and then I graduated from Georgia State.
That's right.
And then moved back here. Moved back, but all my clothes. So you know, they always used to live off Lennox Road and stuff like that. Recently, so now they've kind of moved to Brookhaven or Johns Creek area. I live right
I told Susie that I would send her that email you sent to Karen on the alleys and the trailer park.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Eric Johnson crackers.
Somebody got a lot of those lately. I've been married because we got this renovation on Thursday. So all of that was very much better. We were 11. I'm thinking
Huh? What? You are. I asked the Magic 8 Ball, said I'd be home by 10:30. I'd be home by 10. I said, what time will I get home? Will I be home by 10:30? He said, absolutely, yes.
Well, hey, I do want to point out that this meeting would be moving along a lot faster.
It wasn't for who? I knew what I was getting. It's not a surprise. Yeah, I do appreciate that. He was nice enough. Didn't control the agenda well. I do. I have minutes for you. Just 2 sets of minutes. I'm sorry, you need something to write on. Hi, Brenda. You? Yeah, the rest are for Kim. I gotta track him down. Thank you.
No. Getting close.
I don't know. Richard was like a little mouse back there, eating everything. It's like, okay, there might be some snacks left. You're welcome to them. Right. Yeah. I don't know if I haven't asked Liz if she's gotten any response to any applications, but I know it's been out there a week or so. Yeah, but I think Larry would be willing to. I think they gave it like minor things to Marlene to do, the minor, just like in the commercial. I don't know if it's either Karen or it's going to Larry until they get someone. I'm not sure. Yeah. With the deer? Wow. I try.
Yeah, I wasn't able to understand
Yeah, over 10,000 in less than 24 hours.
I want to be like, don't speed up, Johnny.
Yeah, I was like, so I put it in there. Please slow down.
You don't do anything else.
They were like, get out of Flagler Avenue.
I went out the other day. I'm waiting on AMA, someone says, when's the new hotel going to be done?
According to Facebook, they're breaking ground next month.
All right, we're going to resume, and we're going to start off with item 14 here. Actually, I have some housekeeping under public comment. We talked about at the last meeting if there was any follow-up that was needed on any questions, and I was going to lead off with this, and I completely spaced on it. But we had a citizen bring up what happens when there's a water issue in off hours. You all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't a definitive answer, and Penny, you'll have to guide me through this email. But so when the water break happened, the phone lines at the water plant it just happened to be down for a brief period during the day, but it happened to be when that issue happened, when the citizen called. Then there's going to be a change to an after-hours recording to not only advise for lights at lift station issues, but for any water issues, call, and then they'll give the number to the water plant, which the folks are there 24/7. And it says I'll also list for stop sign down call street department.
When we had our staff meeting, our biweekly staff meeting, Chief Downey suggested that be another item that they get a lot of calls about, stop signs down. And it's a safety issue.
Fall over and stuff.
Yeah, someone knocks one down or
Steals it.
yeah, whatever.
And so there is a number posted on the city website that there would be somebody 24/7 that would pick up.
What it is, it's not on the website. It's when you call the after hours phone number, it lists a number for dispatch. And I also included in the message that it's not just for lights on at lift stations, it's for water and sewer issues, stop sign down, etc. And what I need to do is get with Chief to make sure, because he has the contacts at dispatch, to make sure they have the correct numbers to call staff when those calls come into dispatch.
And when you say dispatch, you're not speaking about...
I'm talking about the Flagler County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah. And then when you mentioned the recording they get after hours, that's when they call the main city hall number, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That way, just for clarity, everybody listening knows. You can call City Hall, get the recording, you can call dispatch. They will get you to the right person. Okay. So that's good info, because we didn't have that answer last time. And I wanted to cover this during public comment to start off, and it was somewhere in the stack. All right, so housekeeping's out of the way. Item 14. We have approved task order for design construction phase services for the Roberts Road Water Main Extension. Mean Huntley, this is your item. Take us through it, please.
Excuse me.
I like that jacket, by the way.
Yeah.
Might disappear on it.
This, as we know, is directly related to the.
Thank you.
Sorry. Directly related to the Preserve apartment complex up on Roberts Road. There was a development agreement, should have been in your attachments, that outlined what the responsibilities are for providing a potable water source up to the development. And in that development agreement, the developer agreed to pay for the water line construction itself, as well as the gopher tortoise external removal issue there too. That's hard to say. But in any case, Mead and Hunt was hired to do the design of the water line. And this request is for the construction phase services, construction administration, and so forth for the actual construction itself. The fees, there's an arrangement that provides for fees to be taken out of the impact fees for that we collect for this particular project from the developer. And you can see the accounting here, which is highly shortened, of course, but it shows that the total price of this is $465,894.49. Mead and Hunt's fee will be paid out of the water impact fee revenue, and a budget amendment will be done to pay for that. So this is no net cost outlay to the city, because there's the agreement used the exchange of credits for the impact fees to pay for this. And that's it in a nutshell. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused by the way this is worded. It says the impact fee credit due to the developer comes to $465,894. That's the cost of the construction and the Gopher Tortoise relocation.
Correct.
The developer is going to pay this $465,000.
Yes. That's the cost of construction. That was the agreement.
But it says that the impact fee credit due to the. Hi, David.
Hi, David King with Mead Hunt. I might be able to shed more light on it. So, and a little bit of history too. So, when this project got started, it was in per the interlocal agreement that the City of Palm Coast and City of Flagler Beach had previously executed. This area was to be served by Palm Coast water. Previous city manager wanted to rethink that. That's come back. You know, of course, that amendment to that agreement came to you, so we changed it so this development, the development across the street, would be served by City of Flagler Beach. So in doing, and what really sparked that was when the city manager realized that the water impact fees were going to go to Palm Coast instead of Flagler Beach. So in doing this and redirecting who's going to serve water to this property, the intent, the plan was that let's build this. You know, the only way Flagler Beach can serve water to this development was to extend a water main. So and then since the developer would then pay impact fees to City of Flagler Beach, and this type of construction, since it's part of your primary water system, is eligible to be funded with impact fees. The concept and the agreement came up with that, hey, let's have the developer build the water main at their cost, but then refund them the cost of such via impact fee credits. So the cost of construction is the cost of the water main plus, since there's Gopher tortoises living or burrows within the right of way that are being impacted by the water main, that would be part of the cost of the construction as well. So they are fronting the money, their contractors building it, but the city's crediting back $465,000 and change of water impact fees.
Is that the full impact fee, or is the impact fee greater than that?
I cannot answer that question because I didn't calculate the impact fees.
Looks like Eric might be able to.
Yeah, Eric can do it.
Eric, if you can, just introduce yourself.
Sure. Eric Concrite, property owner at 1 Henry Circle, Roberts Road, Flagler Beach, Florida. I'm one of the developers and owners of the
preserve Flagler Beach community, and we signed with the city of Flagler Beach a development or concurrency impact fee credit agreement back in June of 2022. And there's an exhibit in that agreement that shows that we will pay in the form of water fees approximately, I'm just going to use round numbers, $103,000, it's a little bit more than that. And also water impact fees of $607,000. So if you combine those two fees, $103,000 and $607,000 fees, that's $710,000 in impact fees that we were planning to pay to the city of Flagler Beach if the city of Flagler Beach were going to run water to our property. Because the city is not running the water to our property, we instead are taking on the effort of running that on. What we were asking for, and that was the reason for the agreement, is to offset those costs. And so any overage of our impact fees to what we're paying to run the water line, we will still pay back to the city. And that will be used to pay Mead and Hunt for their services that are mentioned in this agenda item. And I just do want to mention, this also opens up the city, and it was a visionary concept to allow us to do this and the credit to happen. It does allow the impact fees from the single family development that's across Roberts Road to have impact fees, as well as there is a property that is between our project and Publix, which is currently First Baptist Church of Flagler Beach, but that property could also benefit from this water line. So, I mean, overall, it was a really good concept in that the city will benefit from us running that water line, us paying an amount over the cost of that water line, as well as others in that area paying monies to the city. So, it should be a profitable or a positive revenue source for the city. If I'm saying that right.
Thank you. You answered my other two questions as well, so thank you.
Any other questions for Eric while he's up there? Okay, thank you, Eric. Any other discussion or questions for Lee?
Maybe for somebody. So will this water line serve the housing development on the opposite side?
He just said that, yes.
Yes, it will, Lee.
Okay.
And the church.
Well, that's all.
It will be available to serve that property as well.
Sounds like a win-win to me for everybody.
Yeah, I just, sorry, David, but the way this was worded, I just got confused.
There's a lot of moving parts to it, I agree.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Eric?
I think
Finance. Mike?
I think finance would like to comment.
Okay.
Why?
Come on up, finance.
Hello. So I just want to let you know and be aware of what's going on in the background with this. So we're very much aware of what the contract, how it reads. The building department and myself worked on putting all of the permit fees together. So I'm tracking all of the fees in that way. So the credits, Ron and I have a clear understanding of how we're going to credit and what fees are going to be credited. We have received some payment already, the first initial payment for the contract. Those have been applied, and we've reviewed with David what the construction costs are to confirm that they're reasonable. And so the finance department is well versed in this and ready to execute what needs to happen on this contract.
Thanks. Any other questions for Chris? All right, thank you. Further discussion? All right, we'll open this up to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on agenda item 14? Bruno, you're awfully quiet.
That's all, man.
Good day.
Right.
All right, see now we'll close public comment and further discussion or motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item number. We'll do it, get it right this time. 14.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Next item, we have a vacancy on the investment committee. Penny, this one is yours.
It is, and there was one applicant to one vacant position. So you didn't have a scorecard. It's either yes or no. Is Miss Terry here? I think she said she wasn't able to. I've got a couple of emails. I'm sorry. It's been a busy week. Some people weren't able to attend the meeting tonight for the next item, and I believe Miss Terry said she wasn't able to attend, but she still wished to be considered.
Okay, we don't have scorecards, so we can just do this from consensus.
Well, I need a motion.
We need a motion to appoint.
Okay, and so this person's name is
Jacqueline Terry. Thank you, Lee.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So discussion on appointment of Jacqueline Terry. And if any of you are against it, you better have a name. We don't need public comment on this too.
It's procedural, so no, but I think you typically do. The nominations, you don't do a nomination, so no, you do the same way as if you have to, so no, you don't normally do it on this.
Okay.
You don't have to, no.
Motion to approve Jacqueline Terry for the investment.
I'll second the motion.
All right, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Well, Jackie, if you're listening, congratulations. All right, item 16. We have vacancies or one. Is it one vacancy?
There is one vacancy and
and a lot of interest.
6 applicants. And so you've gotten a couple of these, so make sure you're looking at the one that says revised March 22nd.
Six names, right?
Correct, yes.
All right. And of course, I don't have one.
You need my hair. You don't know.
Yes, please. I'm sure it's somewhere in this. Yes, thank you.
And a couple people were not able to come speak. I have those somewhere. I'm sorry.
Well, Penny's getting that just so everybody knows. Again, we need to revise 322 copy.
So it's Cunningham, DeCarlo, O'Connor, Smith, and Joseph Sullivan.
Correct. Yes. I see 1, 2, 3,
We can just go
4. I thought you were going to submit one. I see 4 applicants here.
All right, we'll just start at the top. All right, so our first applicant, Bob Cunningham. Bob, if you can come up.
3. 3 applicants, I'm sorry.
And if you can, tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, how it applies to this, and why you would like to do it, please.
Sure. So my name is Bob Cunningham. I have approximately 35 years or so in technology, designing, building networks of various sizes, WANs, MANs, LANs, machine learning platforms, and so in data centers. So I've been involved in all that for quite some time. I also have about 2 to 3 years in a private business that I owned where we did landscape design, maintenance, and implementations. So I have a pretty good understanding and a pretty good eye for what goes in an area, what doesn't fit into an area. And plus I'm able to follow the codes and the rules and treat everything and every project equally. What else would you like to know?
Questions for Mr. Cunningham?
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was Lisa Smith who wasn't able to attend for this, who wrote me. Her daughter's having scheduled to have twins. That's where she's at.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
All right, Gina DiCarlo. How you doing, Gina?
Hi.
And if you can, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gina DiCarlo. I'm a homeowner and a resident here in Flagler Beach. I am a contributing member to my community beachside community church, my local beachside community church. I participate in the Flagler Beach Women's Club, and I'm also a volunteer with Flagler Beach Creates. I have been fortunate to work in the architectural and structural field. I ran an architectural firm for over a decade, and my responsibilities were many, but in regards to the park board, I was responsible for all expediting pulling permits and also on the design review team. This includes working with plan checkers, building inspectors, structural and civil engineers, and public works to get permits approved that benefited not only the property owner, but also the city. I developed strategies and coordinated presentations for small Flagler beachside commercial neighborhood notification submittals when required. So I'm very familiar with commercial development. I was presented an opportunity I couldn't refuse, and I'm now a project manager with a general contractor focusing on high-end residential. My projects range from $1 to $4 million with a 1 to 3 year-ish term. The homes are very complex, and I work again with architects, engineers, and designers. My goal is not only to maintain the architectural vision, but I work within the parameters of the engineers, develop and maintain the critical path for the builder, stay within the approved budget for the client, also creating award-winning projects. I'm very successful in my work because of two main reasons. One, my ability to see the whole picture, but pay attention to the minute details that make the desired results. And two, because I genuinely care about what is best for my clients and the team. And when you can step back and see the best path forward while working in collaboration with the team, then you become effective. My father owned a small business for my entire life, and my husband also owns a small business. And I mention this because you cannot find a bigger supporter to small business than me. Small businesses may be small in employee size, but I guarantee you they are the most likely the biggest thing in the business owner's life. And if there's an opportunity to support small business in this position, I will. I will protect what gives Flagler Beach its character and fight against any decision that might threaten that. I do not want to turn Flagler Beach into Daytona Beach or Miami. I want to keep Flagler Beach, Flagler Beach. I believe it's an honor to be of service, and I have been a volunteer on private school boards, on public school classrooms, in youth soccer groups, and now I could not be more privileged than to be a volunteer in a position in my industry. I truly believe that I have the skills and experience required to be an effective member of the park board. Some of my opponents are using this position as a stepping stone to run for commissioner or other offices, and I think that's a great political move. But this is not a stepping stone for me. I do not want to be a commissioner. Thank you all for doing this job. I want to be in the park board to serve. Other opponents have businesses that relate to building in this community, and I have to say that it would have to cause conflict when decisions are made because it would affect their income. All of my business is outside of Flagler Beach County, and I derive no income from anything in Flagler Beach or Palm Coast, so I have no conflicts. I'm familiar with the CRA district and the zoning map, and most importantly, I'm excited to be of service, and I have the commitment and energy to be a contributing member. So it's late. Thank you for all your time, and I'm respectfully asking for your vote.
Any questions for Gina? All right, thank you, Gina.
Okay.
All right, next we got Doug O'Connor, also known as Bruno.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I think in front of you have my application and a quick work history. All I ever did in my life was construction. From the day I got into high school to the day I retired, it's over 40 years. I built everything from schools, libraries, police stations, high rises, airports. So I'm very well qualified in the building aspect. I don't know where that came from, people running for commissioner. Those days are gone. I'm not running for no commissioner, so I don't know where that came up. I love this city. I'm passionate about this city. I know how to read specs. I designed Beverly Beach Town Hall with Joe Paluzzi. It was my honest rendition that he took it and ran with it. I know Rick for years. I think he knows that I know my building. Same thing with Joe Paluzzi. I mean, I got a working relationship with these people. This is my town. You know, we're not going to stop development, but we can build it right. And with the workload of Larry Torino kind of devising, I think we need some experience on the board to help everyone push this through. And that's about it. If you have any questions for me, I mean, I love this city and I want to continue it. I want to get involved. Okay? And that's it.
All right, thank you. Questions for Bruno? No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Marshall Shute. Welcome back to the room.
It's been 3 years. Got some excellent candidates for that position. I think a lot of you know that I've been around for a couple of years, moved here in 2007. Do not use this as a stepping stone, trust me. I've been here for 9 years. Did 9 years. I guess my big thing, and it always has been, every place I've lived, way back, I won't tell you how many years ago, but my first house that I bought was an old farmhouse. I'll get to that punchline in a minute. Sometimes Penny used to say, I gotta stop repeating myself. I'll try not to do that. Anyways, I bought an old farmhouse. And back in the country, had a problem because I had a well with the house. And as soon as I tried to pump any water out of the well, I got sand. So not knowing anything, because I grew up in Syracuse, not knowing much about the North Country, I got a hold of the local fire department. They're about 2 blocks away. And the Wheelock twins came to my house at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they pumped my well until I got pure water out of it. And I said, boy, this is really something that a new person can move into a neighborhood and you end up with people that will volunteer to come and help you and don't have their hand out for anything. Subsequently, I end up joining the fire department and volunteering, and as I have volunteered for every city that I ever lived in, and I volunteer here. I started with the fire department. I don't want Rick to get up and say anything bad until I'm done, but I help or volunteer to help Rick when he wants an inspection done. We just did a couple of the apartment complexes, inspected their, not building, I don't do buildings, even though I do have the codes background from years ago, but I helped Rick with, we did some sprinkler inspections. I've done the inspections within the city on a volunteer basis since about 2010, and I still do that. I do inspections for houses, inspections for businesses. I'm involved in the community. I intend to stay involved with the community. I don't go out and pick up trash like my wife does every morning at 5 o'clock, but I love, like some of the other people have said, I love this community. Looking forward to making sure that we don't modify the city and follow all of the regulations that sort of govern the par board going by, to make sure that they end up doing what the commission wants, doing what is necessary for our residents. So, thank you. Any questions?
Questions for Marshall?
Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, Lisa Smith, everybody has her background, so you all have been able to review that. Next we have Joseph Sullivan.
I didn't. He's not here. I don't think he was able to attend.
So Lisa Smith and Joseph Sullivan are not here, but we do have all their paperwork here in the files. Everybody been able to review that? Okay. All right, so if y'all could do.
And then I'd like to note one thing. When I revised this, I neglected to change the number. So pick 1 through 6, with 1 being your highest score.
Okay.
Because I still have 1 through 5.
Got it. So we'll do 1 through 6, and while we are doing that, we can get to staff reports. And Drew, you are first.
No, because I want you to listen to my staff report. Fair enough.
Well, then we will ignore Rick.
Please.
City manager, what you got?
The only thing I have is for the commission to appoint a member for the executive recruiting.
That's right. So, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
You want me to get it?
Okay.
So for the RFQ for the executive recruiting firm, in discussion with Mr. Abels, he thought it was best to involve the elected officials from the get-go. So he is looking for one of you to serve as one of the reviewers when we receive those qualifications back, so we can narrow down a recommendation to you.
Okay, so thoughts on that? I have some myself. I used to do this for a living. What thoughts y'all got?
You want to be back?
I'd be willing to do it. I spent a lot of time working with recruiting executives in my previous life. Unless there's somebody else that is. Unless there's somebody else.
I was thinking this commission probably all wants to be hands-on.
Well, you will be when the firm is awarded. This is just to select which firm we recommend for you to. You'll see all of them. You may or may not take our recommendation, but.
I'd forgotten you had that in your background. I had an interest in it, but I'll gladly serve if you are unable to serve for whatever reason.
This doesn't have.
It's not.
Times or nothing.
It does not, but Mr. Abels wants to move this process along as quickly as possible. So you will probably, let's put it this way: the opening is at the end of the month, and he hopes to award the firm at the April 13th meeting.
So you'll be done.
Yes. That's even better. Being done quick. Unless y'all have strong feelings on it.
So.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Have fun.
Yay. All right. So that's out of the way. Anything else, city manager?
No.
All right, Drew, your turn.
Sorry, and I didn't mean to put anybody off by that, but I am talking about sunshine law. I didn't want you thinking about something else while I was talking, because sunshine law is always a fairly serious topic. We covered actually a little bit of it earlier. We have turnover in the commission, always a good time for me to talk about it. Also triggering it in the back of my head is Pierre and I had a pleasant conversation during our break at the last meeting that I wanted to relay to you that really got me thinking. All of this in context of, our firm always paying attention to what's going on in the news. There's an uptick in investigations. I don't know if you all are reading about it or seeing it, but there are a lot more investigations, a lot more complaints. So it's a good time for everybody to remember P's and Q's when it comes to sunshine law. And we already kind of talked about it with the EDTF. Anything involving economic development in the city, as long as they were aboard, and they were shut down from talking to each other. Just because something is on an agenda doesn't mean, or just because something is not on an agenda doesn't mean it won't be before you sometimes. So don't rely on agendas as a reason to talk to somebody else about it. Don't rely on something being over. And by the way, I should have said this earlier. Pierre's comment had nothing to do with this with the city. It had something to do with something going on elsewhere in the state, and it was very interesting to me. And I think he's working on a longer range story on it. But remember, anything that might come before this board is a sunshine law topic. And that's what gets a lot of people, is they forget that, well, this isn't on my next agenda. I don't see this coming down the pipe for a couple of months, if it comes at all, if it comes ever. If it might come before you, it's a sunshine law topic. Don't talk to each other about it. I think you all know that, and obviously in the conversation with DDTF, you all showed that you know that. What Pierre brought up to me, and I think this started in South Florida, with school boards, and once he explained it to me, it made perfect sense why somebody would have had this idea. But school boards are starting this process where after a meeting, to make sure nobody's leaving the room with hurt feelings, let's all, after the meeting is closed, let's all huddle up. And if somebody had their feelings hurt, this is exactly how he described it to me, that's how I heard it. If somebody had their feelings hurt, now it's time to say, hey, it hurt my feelings when you said this. Again, I'm taking a little bit of liberty there, but that's kind of the conversation.
Hey, you and I are going to talk now.
Are they talking about the business that they just got done with? Because here, you know that just because something got handled tonight doesn't mean it's not going to come back next meeting. He said, no, that's really not what they're doing. But that's why I was asking what your opinion might be about it, because it seems kind of sketchy to me. Again, my word, not his. And I said, well, I would never advise my client to do it. I would probably advise my client not to do it for one big reason: appearance of impropriety. If you are in a huddle after a meeting, after that gavel the meeting out, if you guys are huddled up talking about something, anybody out here, what are they thinking? They're thinking you're breaking the sunshine law. They're calling the state attorney's office tomorrow. There's an investigation. Maybe you're doing nothing wrong, but I don't want anybody thinking you're doing something wrong. So that was the main thing that I wanted to reconvey. Remember that people are always watching. People can't always hear what you're saying. And sometimes some people will assume the absolute worst. They see two of you talking. If any of you have heard me give the full sunshine presentation, and all of you probably have at some point or another, if you're talking to a fellow commissioner, you are all very good about this. I see you in the room doing it. If you're talking to a fellow commissioner, never speak in hushed tones. Speak in your normal tone of voice. Speak like, I don't care if you hear me, because you know what? If you do, that's fine, because I'm not saying anything I don't want you to hear. So the turnover, the conversation with Pierre, and I think the school board here, I think they're considering doing the same thing. I think that's why it hit Pierre's radar. But absolutely, I'm surprised. He said that in the middle of that circle is the attorney. I said, well, that's a good thing, because he's probably sitting there listening. If anybody brings up anything that might be sunshine law related, he's probably shutting that down. So that's good. But I would not want to be in the middle of that circle having to do that. Thank you for the time.
And I find that very interesting, because I keep seeing articles about the state whittling away at the sunshine law, at the state.
As it applies to them.
Yes.
As it applies to them, right.
Yeah. They didn't have much to start with, but little by little, things have been taken out of that.
Yep.
Here's an interesting one, since you're talking about Pierre. There's a school board member, I don't know all the details, but there's things going on where folks are wanting to get a hold of the school board member's phone. And the school board member has some pretty big issues with that.
Personal phone or school board phone?
I don't think school board members have phones. I think they're all personal. I could be wrong. Does anybody know?
I think this will be personal.
Yeah.
So I will jump in and guess where it's going. And one, same thing I told Pierre is I don't speak about other people's clients, so I won't speak specifically to anybody there or what any advice they may have. But for your own benefits, if you're using personal phone for city emails, etc., public records law has nothing to do with the device. It's all about the document. However, if somebody were to sue in a public records law violation or an alleged remember, alleged is the key word. Just because you didn't do anything wrong doesn't mean somebody doesn't accuse you of doing something wrong. That's kind of the point that I'm making tonight. But you could wind up in a situation where a judge says, you know what, I understand that everything on a person on somebody's phone is not necessarily, even if it's a city phone, it's not necessarily a public record. The court, the law, that they all recognize that. You could potentially have a judge say, I'll do an in-camera inspection, which means the judge looks at it and makes up his own mind as to whether or not this is a public record or not. So to the extent, and I know Penny always advises, to the extent you want to, that you're going to use email, use your city account. This is why we tell you things like that, because the clearer the distance between personal and city you are, the less likely you are to ever be in a situation where somebody tries to pull your personal.
It's good info. And then I saw that as these recent articles.
But thank you, man. If there's any other questions, by all means, now or afterwards, you all know where to find me. I'm always happy to talk about these things. They're interesting to me.
Any questions for Drew? All right, that's it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City clerk.
We got results.
Oh, I got the results. All right, well, while you're eating, we will cover this. Well, before I even cover anything, this is a huge amount of people for one seat. And so thank you for the massive involvement. The downside is this is just a huge amount of people for one seat. So I would encourage everybody to continue being involved because these seats in all the boards are always changing. So I would continue to stay involved. And Marshall Shute, you are the winner of the highest paying job in the city, seat on par board. So congratulations, Marshall.
Thank you.
And I would also like to let the public know that in May, there are 3 seats that are coming to term. And it's my understanding that one of those members may not be reapplying. So there will likely be a vacancy again in May, plus 2 seats that are open to anyone.
That's
so
very
3.
important. So just in a couple months, we get 3 more seats.
Correct.
Yeah. So hopefully everybody stays engaged and see you all in May. All right, so congratulations, Marshall. And Penny, you have updates.
I do. I'm going to ask that if you would schedule, and I spoke to you all about this. I called you about to see if everyone was available, but I'm looking for a special meeting on Monday, March 27th to award the Dune Walkover bid package. I've received 1 bid already. The bid doesn't close till Friday, so I'm excited about that. I'm hopeful for at least 2 more. We had a request from one of the vendors that found out about the bid later to extend it to allow them to get quotes from their suppliers, their vendors. So we did that, and this was our way of accommodating that because we hope to award it at the April 13th meeting as well. Or I'm sorry, awarded at that Monday meeting. I was supposed to award it tonight if I hadn't extended the bid. Awarded at Monday, March 27th. So staff will review the bids that we get in over the weekend and have a recommendation for you on Monday. I'm also, it'll be in the weekly report you receive from Katie. I was thinking about it and I'm like, well, what if I can split the bid, because I had a requested cost for each individual walkover, and I'm just trying to get those piles in as quickly as possible, because I don't think a month is enough time to get them all in for all the ones that we need piles for. The priority are the 2 that the Army Corps of Engineer mentioned, and I believe they're at 21st and 28th or 25th. I always get that mixed up.
28.
The ADA ramp, which we need. There's no handicap access to the beach at all right now. And also the big gap between South 12th and Snack Jacks where there's nothing. I'd like to get a couple in there at least.
Question. Would it make sense to, I don't know if you said it or not, to almost split the job? So instead of having one contractor replace all walkovers in the whole city, that's going to take a little while. You could potentially have 2 contractors.
That's what I said.
Okay. I wasn't tracking with you on that. Yeah, I think
That's good.
assuming that the bids are competitive.
I know of 3 quality contractors that are aware of the bid. I've received one of those bids already. It's sealed still. I can't open it until Friday. And I'm hoping the other 2 submit as well. So, possibly, I don't know how the other vendors will feel about it, or if they're going to be like, no, I want it all.
I was gonna say, can we change that mid-game? Is that?
Well, if they agree to it.
If they agree to it.
If
But
they agree to it.
Yeah, if they don't, then you don't, then no, you can't.
Right.
So they give you a price on each individual one?
There's an entire bid amount, but I also had a breakdown sheet within the bid package for each
You
one.
almost have to, because the ones on the north side don't have the rocks. Those guys putting those things in the south side are going to have some challenges.
I don't think there's any on the north side that need pilings.
Okay.
And then three or four are a new design, a new switchback design, because of the mean high water line and the slope of the dune has changed, and we can't just keep extending out. DEP won't allow it. So a couple of them will now have a turn and go sideways, and that's in the south end. I think 14 and 15th. I think those are ones that do that.
I believe so.
Yeah, it was
There's
three or four. Yeah. The issue with those is, though, it's a change in the footprint. So we might have to haggle with DEP a little bit for that. The other ones, as long as we remain in the same footprint and we're not doing it in turtle nesting season, they'll give a green light. Go ahead, usually. So we'll see. Have you had any luck with DEP, or you're waiting for those plans back from Bergen?
You didn't get the email today? I forwarded it over to you.
If it came after 3, no, I haven't.
Okay, it came after 3.
Question, Penny.
Yes.
So we look at bids and the money, but what about time? You know, the time frames on these jobs. Do these bids come with times on them?
I built into the bid package that the city was seeking quick action on this, with understanding that it probably wouldn't get done, but wouldn't it be a miracle if it was, if we could get all the piles in before May 1. When we issue the notice to proceed, we sit down, once we award the bid, we sit down with that contractor and we don't want to set them up for failure. How long is it going to take you to do this job? And if it's a reasonable date, we build that into the notice to proceed. So there is a deadline set for that vendor. They would have to come back, change order, which is approved by you, and so on, to extend it. Correct.
Right. So
yes, we can meet on that list.
At 5, and it was, I think on the phone, I think I mentioned 5, but someone couldn't make that. And then Commissioner Sherman won't be here, so we'll have a quorum, but Monday, March 27th at 5:30, please.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, everybody's good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you good? Is that all
Thank
you
you.
have?
Yes, one more. Sorry. I guess the school board oversight committee for public school planning facility is looking for another official to serve along with Commissioner Mealy. So.
Can we add to
Yeah, that's on the same board?
Could you ask for another elected official to serve with Commissioner Mealy on the school board oversight committee for public school planning during tomorrow evening's commission meeting? This was.
I mean, the concern that it raises, I mean, yes, you can, but it means, Penny, you would have to publish a notice every time they were having, we would have to publish here. I mean, yes, we could handle that. It wouldn't be that much more work. You'd be relying on them to have minutes of whatever our elected officials said to you.
Are they, I'm not clear if they're looking for an alternate in case one couldn't appear, or if.
That's my guess, but maybe they're looking for an alternate.
Yeah, you think they would know?
I wouldn't say it clearly. Can we find out more information? Can you push them off and find out more information on it? We don't want to set somebody up for failure. But just talk.
I will. I'll talk to Patty and see what she's looking for. This is just an email to Katie that she forwarded on to me. So.
Or do we just decline it?
Well, it could be a different. It could be lots of things that make sense. But I would say just push it off for now and let's hear it and let's hear a little more.
I'll follow up. I'll call Patty.
Yeah, and then you can get with me and we can talk about it. If it's something that Penny and I agree is maybe a hard no, we'll just let them know that and then report back to you.
Okay.
All right, that's all for you, Penny?
Yes, sir.
All right, commission comments, Mayor.
The next beach cleanup is the first Saturday of the month, that's April 1st, and we will be having our beach cleanup at 9 a.m., but it's also going to be a bi-county beach cleanup that day. We're partnered with Volusia County, so we will be, Flagler Beach will be meeting at 9 a.m. at the pier for Volusia County. It's at 11 a.m. at 3570 Ocean Shore Boulevard in Ormond Beach. And they are doing a big party of an event, so it'll be 11 o'clock is the beach cleanup, and they're gonna do a big block party to include the blood bus, the one bus. They're gonna have music, food, drinks, water slides, surf lessons, bounce house, s'mores, surf movies. My goodness. Yes, they're doing a big party. But don't forget, show up for Flagler Beach cleanup at 9 a.m. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Sherman?
Yes, I think everybody's been included in these email chains about what's going on over there on the 2700 block of South Daytona.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if we could get some sort of update on that, because they're emailing the entire board, and again, with, sunshine laws and things, I'd like to get this maybe addressed if you have any updates on that, because, again, we can have some sort of uniformed answer to these, to this resident that's emailing all of us, and maybe that can come from.
27th or 17th?
This one's, that's 17th is the property issue.
Okay.
This one's
2720 South
2720.
Daytona.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know if you can, maybe you all can come up with some sort of statement or some sort of reassurances to this resident that everything's within compliance. I mean, because again, they're emailing all of us, and I don't want to give them one answer and then maybe another one of the commissioners answers them differently. So maybe have some sort of uniform approach with that.
Lee has already responded and they don't like the answer, so that's why they're coming to us.
Okay, they're coming to us again. I thought I saw something there, but I wasn't sure if there's something else that has transpired since then. That's why I was kind of bringing this back full circle.
Lee has been down there, and I've spoke to two of the residents down there and explained to them that they went in and demucked the lot. The lot was so wet, they dug down 18 inches, took all the soil out. They are backfilling that now with clean soil, but they left a low spot. We got some rain, and that low spot flooded. That water table there is 18 to 24 inches below grade at low tide. So we've talked to, as Commissioner Mealy said, they don't want to hear what we're telling them.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
we're, like I say, Lee was just down there this morning.
Okay, okay.
I had a nice conversation with the builder. Everything is in accordance with what's been approved. And he came up with a plan for how to move forward with that water. Because that water's going to stay there for weeks. It just won't percolate. So I have to say this. When William Whitson was here, he created kind of a situation down there. I think you know what I'm talking about. To make a long story short, that particular lot was problematic from the beginning. And I warned very openly and very transparently that that lot will flood during any kind of rain. And if we get God forbid, an H word, okay, it's going to be all over. I mean, it doesn't matter what he does to that house, the lot itself is going to flood. He's not going to be filling it any further or any higher than it was originally. And the people that are doing all the yelling down there and all the complaining, they have no idea what they're talking about. Because they think that it's going to fill the lot above its original elevation. And that's not going to happen. It just isn't going to happen. And the contractor has agreed to put a retention area in the back. Okay, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to get back up to the original grade, and he's pushing that water to the back, because it's not gonna go away.
Right.
So he's gonna store it instead, okay? He's gotta get more fill in there so that he can get that base down and get his footings in. That's what he's trying to do. Now, you think they're yelling now. Wait until you see what happens when he brings the stem wall up, because he's building fairly high. So, bottom line, we have it under control.
I appreciate thank you for the detailed response. Thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Valier?
So just to piggyback on that for a second. I drove down there and looked at it. I've been watching it since saw him take the first tree down. So, yeah, we had that rainfall. Every square inch of that lot was underwater. And, they took the trees out, the stumps, obviously. When you take a big oak tree stump out, you're creating a hole that wasn't there initially. So that's when they started trucking some fill in, and like, spread it out pretty well and filled in those holes where the trees were. And then it rained. Like I said, every square inch of it was still covered, and probably better part of half of it still is, until they started bringing some more. But as far as the Mirror Lake District goes, if you go beyond what the original elevation was, for every square yard that you add, you have to dig a hole that same size. So
Like a retention.
exactly. So you can bring more dirt in, but you have to dig a bigger hole. And that's how it's written in LVRs. Now that the new LVR is a little language than what's in effect right now, but it clearly says 1-to-1 ratio if you go beyond. So when they're done what they're doing now, what they'll do is not bring more dirt in, but they'll dig their foundation and build their, right?
Yes.
And then every bit more dirt will go inside the limestone.
Yes.
No more in the yard.
No. And they do intend to put a retention area in the back.
They have to. The Mirror Lake District. Yeah. I had to with one Donald Schneider lives in, I built that house, and there's quite a good sized retention area. I had to put in the back of it. But all once down in Mirror Lake, you have to have, I don't know what the formula is exactly. So that's probably already on the site plan, correct?
It is on the site plan, but the way that reads is if you bring in extra fill, he is putting his final grade in to exactly where the grade was before he started working.
Okay, I just said that.
Yeah. But the 1-to-1 you're talking about.
If he goes beyond that.
If he goes beyond that, which he is not going to.
Right.
We'll make sure of that.
Okay. So well, it's actually taking me off my plate. I want to speak to my turn.
Still your turn.
Okay. I want to speak to the stormwater projects that are going on. They're in process right now. And the first of which is on my street on South Flagler. You guys back in September approved that, the one that's going now, being done now. But it was part of a group of four different areas, which is South Flagler Avenue. You got Venice Park down under the bridge in the canal streets. Palm Island, or Palm Circle,
We got enough ponds, so make it worse.
They call it Palm Island. So, then the other one is, Palm Vista, which is 10th, 11th, 12th. Also canal properties. So overall, it's, the estimate was $554,000 before the added costs got added. Of cost increases. So you guys went with the cheapest one, which was on South Flagler. But my concern is that what's been done down there is not gonna make a bit of difference. With what they've done to this point in time, it's not gonna be any different than it was before. If anything, it may be a little worse because they didn't grade it smoothly to go down to the drains. We're talking between 9th and 13th Street. And the water all goes towards 12th Street where the drains are that go to the retention pond. By phone. So the water is supposed to.
That water was supposed to drain down the street. That's what was explained in the project.
Absolutely it is. Yes.
But that's not.
But it's not done evenly enough that it will convey all the way to the street corner.
So the contractor's not doing the project right now?
Well, I haven't personally run out there with survey sticks or anything like that, but to the naked eye, it's pretty obvious.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Or is this still in progress?
Okay. That's still in
progress.
They finished.
Because that water is supposed to convey.
The water, what Commissioner Belgium was talking about is a document that was done a long time ago, I believe. I never saw it. I don't think Mead and Hunt ever saw it. But in any case, the project was not meant to convey. It was only meant to reshape the existing swales and to clean up drain drains. That was the problem.
Unless I'm confusing projects, you told us in the meeting when we approved it was going to convey.
No, I didn't. I did not. Because I didn't think it was supposed to convey from the very onset.
And I don't know for a fact though. Unless I'm confusing the projects. No, one of them was supposed to go down to a tube that brings it to a pond or something like that.
It was always made to convey. And I've got the part of a drawing that was done as built. So when they're done with it, they go back and they shoot the elevations. And each one went downhill. You got 1.95, then 1.9, 1.88, 1.85. And you go all the way down the street and they just keep getting lower and lower and lower towards that corner where the drains are. So my concern is that we've got these other projects lined up and we're going to go over there and dig up swales and yards and things that don't need to be dug up. We're talking about a lot of money here. You know, by the time you add the costs, it's well over $600,000 total. And if you targeted that money to problem spots, then you would get a lot more bang for your buck rather than going through these neighborhoods and digging them up again. It says here on your intro into that particular meeting that the Stormwater Master Plan update from August 2009 identified 4 stormwater improvement projects to be carried out. These included Venice Park, Palm Vista, South Flagler, and Palm Island. They've all been done since then, you know, from scratch. In 2009, they weren't done yet. So yes, they were identified as being problem spots, but they've already had the project after they were identified. So now we're going back and doing them over again, and not necessarily doing it right, but just making a mess in the meantime, and not making a difference. So I think we need to rethink what the plans are moving forward with these other 3 projects. I talked to Marshall, he lives on Palm Circle, we all know that, and most of us do. And asked him if there's issues with the water not getting to the drains in his neighborhood. And he said, yeah, there may be 2 little problem spots, but they don't have to go down there and dig up the whole place. But the very first project that was done down on South Flagler, the dead end part of South Flagler from 22nd. Well, it's dead ends at 22nd, then you have to go around to get to it again. But that stretch through there was the very first one that was done in 2008. That's where we need to go first. We got the drain straight across the street from Bill's. Well, anyway, just make. I think we ought to. I'm requesting that we make this an agenda item and have a discussion and see what we're going to.
Right now, I feel totally handicapped right now because I don't have any of that
Right.
stuff.
Okay.
Right.
So
Right. Well, I'm just.
All right. So, do we have a consensus to make this next week? Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, and I'll make sure you get on the paperwork. I'm gathering it up. Thank you.
What else you got?
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis.
I don't know if you're going to have it, sent out. I think it was in the agenda packet. In what these Florida legal cities, it is asking for applications to give $500 to a local nonprofit. Beach City. Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just heard Lee sit here earlier and say that he has a deadline of next Friday for 2 grant applications. And then you're adding an item about stormwater, which is what he works on. And he's going to be working to try to provide information for that meeting. He can't do, we're a small staff. We can't do it all. So
yeah,
I'm just saying push it out a little bit.
Push it out a little bit. I'm okay with that.
So, well, you have a consensus to skip meetings?
Yes.
Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All you do is ask.
That was easy.
Anyway,
$500.
$500 to a local nonprofit that makes a valuable contribution to the community, and I thought that flag was strong.
We have consensus? Yes. Sure. All right.
So I need to get a hold of Tracy because there's some questions that I need to have. But thank you for that. As I mentioned after Gretchen spoke, at the League of Cities dinner, the Northeast Florida League of Cities meeting in Blue Oak Springs, one of the speakers was from St. John's. And she was, and we can take the time to go over. If you're interested, you can read it. The Centennial Planning Meeting is going on. Some good ideas coming up. I sat through a League of Cities webinar, and 2 things I got out of that was that with the deficit argument going on in Congress, some of the ARPA funding, we better spend it, it's not up here. And so this grant money that we keep hearing always grants. Those could be cut too if they don't settle that deficit ceiling. At the Northeast Florida Regional meeting, I publicly thanked Orange Park for their help during Ian. They sent street sweepers.
Yes.
To help us out. And they were very grateful that I got up at the meeting and thanked them. They were 4 members of their city there. And they said, anytime you need any help, so let's remember that. Legislation, some of it's not looking good. And my latest one that I'm really upset about, and Drew, I think I'm understanding it. I had a long talk on the phone with Jeff Branch from the League of Cities, who's the lobbyist that deals with the affordable housing bill. I didn't write the number down, I'm sorry. The league is supporting it because it's better now than it was. But I'm all for affordable housing, and I think affordable housing is very important. I wish more of our city employees could afford to live in the city. But so they have this great bill, but to sweeten it for the developers, they said that whatever the city's height restriction is, you can build to 3 stories higher. So we've got a 35-foot height restriction. They can build to 6 stories. So first they were trying to tell me that it had to be within your jurisdiction, and that was supposed to make me feel better, because I was worried about building next to Palm Coast. And I don't even know if Palm Coast's restriction is. But no, it's, even though we have it in our charter, that doesn't matter. So then that increases density as well. So that's my latest complaint. And we all went, or some of us anyway, went to that meeting the other day, which didn't really see the point to it. To be honest. I mean, I think it's great what they want to do, but the way that meeting was set up, I didn't know that. And Eric, the chairperson, leads the meetings. The chairperson doesn't decide what the agenda is. So the fact that you got the agenda changed for the CRA meeting, that you should have come here and let us discuss.
Well, there's 2 sides of that. My job is to make sure the meetings are efficient and follow their times. And when somebody proposes 3 hours of work for a 1-hour time slot, I'm going to push back on it, which is what I did.
But we all should do that together. You have no more power on this commission than any of the rest of us do. I don't know when that started. I think it was with Larry Newsom that all of a sudden the chair had more power, I don't know how else to put it, than the rest of the commission, but there's no, I looked up the charter, there's no way in the charter that it says that.
No.
Yes, it's your job to make sure meetings run along, meaning that if somebody's speaking for more than 3 minutes in public, you're supposed to cut them off in a nice way, like you do. But as far as what's on the agenda, that's decided by the city manager. And in the case of the CRA, by the CRA, if you think it's not right, when we come to these meetings, we can pull the items off the agenda and say, let's talk about it at another time. But for you to do that on your own, that it is not right. When I know I spend a lot of time preparing for these meetings, as I'm sure some other people do as well. And to then find out, oh, we're not doing that because Eric didn't want to.
Well, I didn't dictate any agenda. All I did was I said, this is 3 hours of work, and this isn't going to fly. And there's no way we can get this done in an hour, not even close. And even with what the CRA director chose to take out, it still went over. So
I had to say, it's the next time there's something, if you think the agenda is too long,
Well, we have.
Bring it to a meeting and we'll discuss it as a group.
Well, what I don't want to do is, what I'm finding we're having to do is, we're having a lot of items shoved under consent agenda that I don't think should be. They don't even meet criteria for that. We're having, for instance, we cancel a CRA meeting and then we triple the workload for the following meeting. That stuff is not how you have efficient meetings.
Well, let me back up. You did not want to have a CRA meeting every month, if I remember correctly.
No, we worked with Drew and put a space in.
Because you didn't want to have a separate meeting every month.
Correct. I don't want to have to come in at 4 o'clock every month.
Okay.
Yep.
But then Karen gets all these things that she has to have our approval for that have to happen. So it's great, I think, that we have a CRA that's working that hard. That's
Then the previous CRA meeting should not have been canceled.
I think we could say anyway, we are all equal partners in this venture here. And you get the joy of running meetings. And the rest of us can decide. Like, I wasn't interested in pulling all those items off the consent agenda. I had some. Other people had others. So did we end up pulling them all? Yes.
Which we do almost every day.
No, we don't. Let's not argue.
Right.
I just.
Then we'll agree on that. I'm kidding.
That's it.
Good feedback. I say good feedback. Commissioner Sprout.
Eric, I admire the way that you tend to end these little things with a nice comment. I like that. It's a good skill to have. All right, so I'm now 2 weeks in to being an elected official, and as I predicted, I do miss talking with you guys.
Your microphone, sir.
Every day.
Your mic. I need to say your mic.
Is it on? There you go.
There. So yeah, I did talk with each of you guys almost every day, and now I talk to you, none of you guys, any day. So it's a big shift, and I appreciate Drew's talk about sunshine law. I mean, as the election was approaching, I had something in the back of my mind about the Florida bar and sunshine law, and to my horror, I did some research, and the Florida bar does not take kindly to lawyers who violate sunshine law. So I've got two things looking over my shoulder. So when I see you on the beach, Rick, and I look the other way, don't take it personally. You know?
I'll leave you alone and enjoy your photography.
You could talk about pictures.
I know, but it actually is what Drew was talking about is the perception.
Perception.
Rick and I used to stand on the walk over on 23rd Street every morning, and who knows how people are driving by, and they don't know that we're talking about what lens I'm using for that camera. All right, so there's that. I also went to the FDOT resiliency plan presentation the other day, and for me, I learned some things, but what I also learned is that I had a lot of friends, neighbors who were there, and they actually got some value out of it. Yeah. So it wasn't the presentation I thought it was going to be, which was similar to one of the hurricane ones, or to the pier one, where we sat down and we had presentation, questions, and answers. So if that's what you were expecting, then you would have been disappointed. So I get that. In a couple weeks, I'm going to go to Tallahassee as our commissioners, Sherman and Bellhumor, for Legislative Action Day. So I'm looking forward to going up there. I used to live in Tallahassee for 8 years, and one of my first jobs out of law school was working at the Capitol, so it'd be fun to get back up there for a little while. Let's see what else. Oh, and my capacity is special legal counsel to the county. We're still wrapping up the final loose ends on the Dune holdout situation. There's actually a court hearing in a couple of weeks in the bankruptcy court where we're to announce the resolution, hopefully presenting some signed papers at that time. So that's still going, hopefully almost to the end. And then finally, after much deliberation, primarily with my office staff. I'm going to begin in the second Saturday of April. I'm going to have a little bit of time for residents to come by my office. First come, first serve. I have a sign-up sheet. Just talk about city issues. I'll give an hour or two each Saturday for a while. And so I'm anxious to do that. You know, it helps. You know, right now my staff is kind of getting inundated with people walking in to talk to Commissioner Spradley, and they say, no, Attorney Spradley is, you know, doing this.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, right.
Linda did complain about that when she worked for the line.
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to sort of formalize that, have a sign-up sheet, do it for Saturdays for a while, see how it goes. That's it.
I saw it on Facebook.
Yeah, I've already had people, you know, I said I'll get back, you know, I'll report later how I'm going to do this, and already I get calls and texts. All right, can I come this Saturday? Why not?
I
Anyway.
warned each and every one of you. Are you sure? Really? You really know what you're getting into?
I'm not a commitment of how long it could be one Saturday.
Open an office in Hillcrest.
Oh no, it'll be all Saturdays.
Can I ask a question on something we dealt with before? The people who are complaining about all the fill being brought in. Can we write to that lady one more time and say, as you know, city manager, can you write to her one more time and explain it one more time?
I can go down there if you would like.
Well, she was complaining that Lee was down there and didn't talk to her, so. Oh, we got another email around 3 o'clock.
And then she complained that Lee was rude too, so,
Yes.
I mean.
Well, you just put a bow on it, kind of.
Yeah, that just so we can say, we talked about it tonight, this is the answer. Rather than each of us thinking that we have to answer her.
And that is Dr.
It's Deidre Daly.
It's not Dr.
Deidre Daly.
We can send you an email.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Yeah, if you would, please.
All right, Scott, you're done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So
So
wrote again at 4:30.
the only thing I got is, I was approached by Flagler Beach Creates. Do you remember the paint job they did at the museum?
Yes.
Well, they'd like to do that to City Hall, which is pretty cool.
Right.
However, City Hall needs a little bit of work. Needs a little bit of stucco repair. Needs a little bit of trim work. You know, there's like some upkeep that needs to be done at City Hall, and that's not in their skill set, and that's not something that they can accomplish. So to make a long story short, how do y'all feel about, you know, presenting the city manager with this when he gets back and saying there's interest in this, but we need to look at also fixing up our own building, which probably needs to happen anyways. Because any stucco repairs need to get fixed, any trim repairs need to get fixed. That's all stuff that should be happening anyways. And then this would enable the Flagler Beach Creates group to tackle painting at City Hall. I also have color swatches here if you need to see them. It blends with the museum.
Yeah, it should all be the same color.
Okay. And this is
It's one building.
yeah. So you have like a kind of a bluish color, and then you have a white color also, and there's like little mock-ups and stuff. But
Can I see?
all this would obviously need to, you know, go to the city manager, and we'd have to fix the building up a little bit. But I wanted to see what y'all thought about that.
Absolutely.
Nice.
And the person spearheading it sitting right out there. Did you have any comments you'd like to add to that? If I didn't cover anything, I guess one of the questions that wasn't in the letter is y'all are willing to paint, but who buys the paint?
Well, Brenda Waterston, Nancy Rooney, Flagler Beach Creates, 1102 South Central. The idea for painting the museum a different color is because I walk my dog twice And I come across people that didn't really have this gym next door of the museum. So we went back to Flagler Beach Creates because the mayor's daughter thought maybe the rest of the building looked a little bland, so we talked about it. And Joseph Mazzulli, there's a lot of creative people. We met out there, we took a look at it, and we said, well, this is too much for us, because there is considerable swallowing of the stucco and the pressure cleaning. It's going to be a serious coat of a foundation before we can even paint. So it got to be too much for us. 80 gallons once you start figuring it out. So anyway, we want to help any possible way that we can. The reason why we came up with the pale blue is because the city buildings that the public comes to, the police department, the library, with line, the building, the basement, they're all blue. So this is just a lighter shade of blue. And we figured the trim could be the museum color and that the monument could be white. Another reason why we would like to do this is that we're moving into a fresh phase. We have a new commission, we're going to have a new city manager. This is the city hall, and we would like a fresh start. We'd like a fresh start in how it looks, how we act, and how we operate together as a city. So anyway, basically, we don't have the money to fund it, but if we get the approval, we'll work toward what we can do to do that, because we happen to care. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, that left a little bit of murkiness.
Okay.
So, are y'all willing to paint it, or are you just asking us to paint it?
Well,
because this is a little different than what I thought.
Well, if you read through there, you'll see that it became too big of a job for us once you do the stucco, the repair, the foundation, the cleaning, the foundation work. So we will work, tell us what tell us if it's okay to do it. Tell us if you guys are going to fix the building, because the longer that the city has compromised stucco, it's doing damage. You can see on the eaves up here that it's starting to do damage. So we can't take on all of that. If it meant get together and getting the paint and getting it painted, that's a different story.
Okay, so y'all are willing to purchase paint the building if it's red?
We'll see. Yes, but we may not be able to afford to do that right away. We would have to have a concerted effort because we've got some fundraising initiatives coming up.
Okay.
But it means a lot to us, and it should mean a lot to everybody that we work together to update this building.
Right. I just want to make sure that what we agree on and what we tell the city manager is all the same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty clear through there that it became too big of a job for us. We thought, wham bam, thank you ma'am, we can get this done. But if you get out and you walk around this building and you really take a look at it, I think the last time it was painted, it was just painted. I was told by the vendor of the contractor that there wasn't necessarily any work done to preserve the building. So it got to be a $20,000 job, basically, start to finish. And that's too much.
Was that Chris Conlon?
Yeah, but when I reviewed that in question, it wasn't that we did necessarily the stucco repairs. So what's the thing that people say, but lipstick on a pig? It's just gonna come back to us.
Okay,
so if we can work together, we'll do what we can.
Okay. It sounds like that would be painting if it's paint ready.
Yep.
So is everybody still okay with that?
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, we need to find somebody who's window tinting to make them all look alike.
Okay, so
two of these windows got broken back on Matthew or Rome, so they never got retinted. Some of the ones on the other side of the have wrinkled up and bubbled up tin on them. So
Oh, that's
The dome. Oh, okay. I don't think.
That's a decorative design.
It's like that on some cars. Okay, and that's the only thing that I had.
Rick has.
I was just at the library today. We had some issues over there with humidity in the reading room. And we're looking at doing some window tinting over there to try and help stabilize temperatures in there. So maybe when we get a hold of someone for there, we can get them over here too.
Yeah, window tinting's pretty darn affordable.
It's the removal of the old that's.
All right, that's all I got, and that moves us on to public comments. Any members of the public wish to speak on? Well, hey Bruno.
Hey, how are you people? Just a follow-up question. I know it was part of the election. The employee wages, have we put that to bed? That's one question. And the last couple of meetings ago, Captain Blanchard got up and kind of read everybody the riot act on classification of certain jobs. Has that been resolved? Because I hate to see the police department in a bad predicament. I mean, they are what they are in this city. So that's my questions. Thanks.
We'll get that answered. Any other members of the public wish to speak? All right, so we'll close public comment, and you probably have the answers to both those questions.
We are very diligently working on classification and pay scales. The interim city manager, we had a meeting the first part of this week, or I'm sorry, the end of last week, and we're definitely moving forward on it. We're still waiting for the report back from Evergreen. Unfortunately, it seems the harder we push, the more lackadaisical they get. But as soon as we get that report in, we'll be able to get started.
So to answer your question, no, it's not fixed, but they're working.
But that's going to be two phases.
It is. It is.
Yeah. So one's going to be putting people up to the scale of the work they're performing, and the other one's doing the
Classification of jobs. Yes.
So one will get done before the other.
Yeah, Mr. Abels came up with his 3 priorities. Right. The first one being finding the next city manager, and then this whole issue of the salaries and people doing the jobs according to what they should be doing was his second priority.
What was his third one?
Budget.
The budget.
Mayor, do you have a comment?
I did. Just one quick question. If we're pushing back on Evergreen, was this in a second project that we're putting them on, or is it a conclusion of the first project?
It's a conclusion of the first project.
Have we paid their invoice yet?
That I couldn't answer.
Okay. Maybe if they want to get paid, they'll hustle.
That's usually a good incentive.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's it.
Penny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can.
Well, at least it was in our favor.
Kids are working.
All right. Peace now.
Have a good night. Tell Sydney I said hello.
I sure will. Beautiful.
Donation. Donation for the thing.
James,
Good night.
did you?
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Everything's good to go. Yeah, because we just signed a contract with something for work, and I didn't know if I was gonna be able to do it, but it's my stuff's out of my control, so I'm gonna go. And then,
80 gallons, is that what she said?
Okay. I'm sorry. I just was like, I'm like, I can't.
Gallons of water and everything else.